asking you about how do you perceive India in view of recent events, both politically and economically, and evolving during Prime Minister Modi's second term?
Sure. Look, first of all, I have enormous respect for Dr. Jaishankar. Indeed, we were on stage while he was enjoying his private sector experience at that time. As all of us who have been in government have found, I've often noted that I have come to realize that the greatest calling in life beyond government service is the private equity industry. And he was...
I've gone the other way.
Well, it's not a bad path either. And you had a reasonable level entry job as well. Look, and I also knew him, by the way, as Foreign Secretary. So there's quite a lengthy relationship that he has had. And he really, the relationship that he had with the U.S. stems back to his time when he was in the Foreign Office. And I think in the Prime Minister Modi called me up one time. I'd left government, he was still in it, and asked if we could meet for lunch in Washington and was interested in books on second-term presidencies. Now, what I took from that, this is early in the first term of Prime Minister Modi's, and what I realized from that, there was quite an insight that, Prime Minister Modi has found that running India is not quite so easy as running Gujarat. And you don't have quite the absolute power. And indeed, at that time, he didn't have the control of the parliament that he has now. I mean, this is quite a remarkable electoral result. The truth is that many people, I think, were giving a shot at the opposition of actually taking him down. And in fact, he had a resounding victory, and he now enjoys a much greater majority in the lower house, and presumably, and I guess it's a couple of years, will probably follow that with the upper house. So I think he has the opportunity now to move past the reforms that he did in his first term, some of which frankly took a lot longer than we expected. GST we thought was a gimme. This is like, a 2-foot putt, and it turned out to take, I don't know how many years in the end, 3.5 years or so, and then there were a lot of little issues that it made it less than the kind of complete deal that a lot of us had hoped for. The bankruptcy law finally was done. Again, something thought could be here. Demonetization has spurred the digital economy, certainly, but there are obviously some uneven results of that, and the, if you will, the spontaneity with which that was pursued was a bit surprising as well. So the question is, at a time when now, unfortunately, there's trade friction with the United States, and you see a calling into question of the trade status, is it major non-NATO trades, this kind of issue is emerging, and with a U.S. president who focuses a great deal on trade deficits, and although that deficit has gone down reassuringly, it is still fairly substantial. It's nothing like the deficit with China or some other countries. But we do see these kinds of issues popping up, reassured, I think, by the very recent visit, just in recent days, by Secretary Pompeo to India, where he was able to meet, of course, with the new Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I think we look forward to the G20 summit at Osaka, where President Trump has now arrived, and what will be a very important bilateral meeting, I think, to determining the way forward, or the direction at least, the trajectory, I think, of a second-term Modi government and a president who will be around for at least another 18 months at the very least.
So let me probe a little bit further into your exchanges with Dr. Jaishankar in Delhi. Your premise was about taking sides in the context of a new Cold War between US and China, and you mentioned Mike Pompeo. I had the pleasure of meeting with him in London last month, and he was very open in discussing that topic. And of course, he has been in Delhi this week, as you mentioned. Do you believe that that issue, that US-China Axis Cold War, as it's being called, the new Cold War, as it's being called, is the defining issue of our time, which literally influences everything else? And if you do believe that, how does India adjust to that new reality?
Well, look, I think there's no question that the defining issue of our time is the rise of China and then the US-China relationship, which is far and away the most important in the world. How that evolves does a great deal to sketch out or to define the geostrategic future in which India is going to play an increasing part. India has, actually Prime Minister Modi has forged, I think, a very interesting and constructive relationship with his counterpart in China, despite the Doklam dispute, where I thought he played that masterfully. My view has been for a number of years when people have asked, so what do we do about China? Well, and my response is we got to get the big ideas right first. The biggest of the big ideas is that we should be firm but not provocative. And frankly, I think that we have not been sufficiently firm. And it's not just the United States, it's a number of other countries as well. So as India does forge this identity, as it determines how much, a foot is still in the non-aligned movement, the BRICS, and that of the Western democracies of the world at a time of a rising China, which with the Belt and Road initiative is somewhat threatening, somewhat trying to bypass China or India. And let's not forget the so-called string of pearls with the port of Gwadar, other ports, what happened in the island to the south of India, of course, where China built a port that wasn't needed, an airport that hasn't been used, a highway that's been used for drying rice. And when the country couldn't pay for it, they said, no problem, we'll just take rights to it for the next 99 years. I mean, this is neo-colonial kind of financing. So that is the environment, again, in which the new chapter of the Modi moment is going to be written. And how India goes about this, I think, will be crucially important, again, not just to India in the region, but also to the world. And I think India does have to make some choices, though. I, by the way, don't use, and I don't think I used at the Raisina Dialogue, the term Cold War. I think that would be premature. I don't think it's impossible that you could see this evolve that way. But let's keep in mind, by the way, that for the US, the competition with China is very different from the competition with the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact during the Cold War. We are not just China's biggest strategic competitor and vice versa. We're also each other's biggest trading partners, and that was certainly not the case, again, with the Soviet Union, with whom we did minimal trade, if anything, occasionally some excess wheat sales to get it off the hands of the farmers in the US. This is a very different relationship in that regard. And again, I think India does have to choose what is the backbone of the 5G. Are concerns about Huawei legitimate or not? Can you put a layer on top of the core that protects it? All these are seemingly technical issues, and you and I were talking about how GCHQ here has evaluated Huawei and found its engineering to be quite shoddy, as another independent US firm more recently. What about the S-400 sale? Why is India so intent on buying a weapons system from a country that is frustrating the world, threatening its neighbors, invaded two of them, again, trying to scare others, and involved in our election and to an extent that was absolutely reprehensible? All of this, why reward a country like that by buying its air defense system, which almost immediately then requires the imposition of sanctions on India under the CAATSA, this Countering Adversaries Trade issue, unless we have some kind of national security carve-out, which is not assured. Why even present the US with that kind of issue? Now, I got it, India, again, has its own identity, its own image. Jaishankar will say India first, and rightfully so, but why risk what I would contend is the most important, or at least among the most important relationships that India has by that kind of purchase at a time when all of the other indices of partnership were growing, and at a time where you have the Quad, the US, Japan, Australia, and India, how significant that is. You see the maritime exercises that have been taking place. There was even an exercise 3 years ago which featured none other than the infantry company commanded by Captain Stephen Petraeus, who we're very proud of, needless to say, although he's now out of service and doing a JD MBA at Harvard, which we're also proud of. But again, all of this has been blossoming, and why jeopardize that with an air defense purchase of that type, when you could strengthen the relationship with the Western world?
Well, interestingly, we had a private dinner at the beginning of this conference, and actually the whole subject of India First came up as a topic of discussion. Vijay Chotaiwala, who's in the audience, who heads the BJP's International Relations division, was in the room, and the distinction was made that India First, as India would describe it, is not the same as America First, as President Trump would describe it. I.e., it's more from the long tradition of non-alignment that India came from post-independence. I'm not. Part of me thinks I'm not sure how that argument survives the presidential Twitter feed, because that's more, are you for us or against us? But maybe if I can ask you about India First in the context of the long historical ties between both Russia and Iran, and you referred to that, and the Iran topic is obviously highly pertinent, and you've actually been very perceptive in anticipating the current escalating tensions with Iran. I'd be very curious to know whether you think President Trump has an exit strategy from that situation. No doubt it'll dominate the G20 discussions in Osaka. And could India act as a, if Jaishankar was there, he could say, look, the advantages of us being non-aligned and having a relationship with Russia, with Iran, maybe in Russia, is that we can act as a intermediary, maybe as an honest broker alongside Japan.
I would not dismiss that likelihood, but at the end of the day, I'm less concerned about who brokers it could be Oman, it could be Switzerland. We've reached out through Oman reportedly. According to the New York Times, Iran has reached out through Switzerland and said we don't want war. Again, if it's Japan, although I thought it was a bit unseemly for Japan's prime minister to be meeting with the leader of Iran at the same time, the visible state, at the same time the Iranian deep state, presumably the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy, is carrying out an attack against a Japanese flagged ship. By the way, nothing showed more the reality that we often forget, that Iran actually has two different states. Yes, they're both overseen by the supreme leader, but there is a visible state with an elected president, certainly from a list that is approved by a council, elected parliament, ministers, an Army, Navy, Air Force. But then there's the deep state, which actually controls the policy for Iran that matters most to a lot of us. This is again, the Revolutionary Guards Corps with its Army, Navy, and Air Force, the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guards Corps, which is a cross between the CIA and Special Operations and has caused, they were responsible for over 600 deaths of our soldiers with the weaponry, the explosively formed penetrators they provided to the Shia militia in Iraq during my time in command there, and then at Central Command as well. And then you have these basically pipe swingers on the streets as required, the besieged militia who can be activated if there's any kind of disturbance and can be counted on to clear the streets as they did, say, in Tehran during I guess it was the Green Movement some years back. So you have this, again, visible state, that's who meets with the Prime Minister of Japan, the deep state, which actually controls the policy, as the commander of the Quds Force sent to me in a message through the Iraqi president in the middle of the Battle of Basra in March and April of 2008. And the message said, General Petraeus, you should know that I, Qasem Soleimani, control the policy for Iran when it comes to Iraq and also Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, and Afghanistan. And by the way, since then would add Yemen and probably the Gulf states as well. The point was, don't screw around with those diplomats. Don't deal with them. You deal with me. And that was obviously not something we were going to pursue. And my message to him in return was essentially pound sand, or words to that effect. But at the end of the day, this comes down to resumption of negotiations between Iran and the U.S. But more importantly, if I could, I think that we have to acknowledge that there is not at present complete clarity on what the United States wants to achieve with respect to Iran's nuclear program. That is clear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is what the president has made very clear. He's also made clear we don't want war with Iran. But what is it that we want with respect to the missile program and to their support for Shia militia, the so-called malign activity, which is not just so-called, it is malign activity, where they're seeking to Lebanonize Iraq and Syria, and maybe Yemen, but certainly the first two, in the same way that they have Lebanonized Lebanon. In other words, you have a very powerful militia muscle on the street, Hezbollah, and it then gets power in the parliament to the point that it has in Lebanon a blocking veto with its coalition, which includes more than just Hezbollah. They'd love to achieve the same thing in Iraq, where they do fund, train, equip, and direct to some degree quite powerful Shia militia. The question is, again, what does the U.S. want to achieve? If I were the Central Command commander still, my question for Washington would be to give me greater clarity. Perhaps he has it, but it is not necessarily apparent. Or is there sort of a tug of war between, say, the National Security Advisor and some other elements, one way or the other, to see if this could blossom into regime change, something that most of us don't think is reasonably attainable, and has some questions of its own, as we have seen when strongmen, however reprehensible, are toppled in that particular region. So again, regardless of who the interlocutor is to get this going, at the end of the day, it's going to be the U.S. and Iran, ideally with, again, a multilateral group, because you do want help from Russia and China, even if it's just not unhelpful, just set aside and let us. But I think there's a path to something that could be the extension of the existing nuclear agreement, which had a number of positive features, as you well know. All the medium enriched, 20% enriched uranium gone, 99% of the low enriched uranium gone, intrusive inspections, the plutonium path to a bomb ended. But there was a very significant shortcoming in that, and that is that it had end dates, and those end dates were starting to approach. It started at 10 years, and then it continued progressively. So can you get something that extends longer, and then can we come to some kind of agreement on some ramifications, some limitations on the missile program, which is becoming increasingly threatening to the countries in the Gulf region, and also about their malign activity, again, their support for Shia militia who are undermining the governmental capabilities, in particular in Iraq, a country that has been through a great deal, but right now, in my view, has the best president, prime minister, and speaker combination, that is Kurd, Shia, and Sunni, that anyone could have possibly hoped for. By the way, they are also Iraq first. Look, this is okay. I understand. Look, I'm an Iraqi. I mean, I spent 4 years in those tents. I was applying for a ration card, or, I might vote there even if I don't vote in the United States. But they have to have a relationship with Iran. That is something that we can't deny. It's hugely important to them. And Iran is always going to be 3 or 4 times larger in landmass, 3 times larger in population, at least, than Iraq was when we invaded it. But they don't want to be, as we say, the 51st state of Iran. They don't want to be a part of the country. They just want to have a relationship, just as they very much want to have a relationship with the United States, and by the way, now quite skillfully, I think, with their Sunni Arab neighbors as well. By the way, if I could come back to something else that has been quite significant in the U.S.-India relationship, because I jotted a couple of notes earlier. I mentioned the Quad, I mentioned these other defense agreements, but there's 2 others that are very, very important, I think, to India. One was the designation of the leader of Jaish-e-Mohammed as a terrorist by the United States. Not trivial. This is a big deal. And the other is pursuing Financial Action Task Force demands on Pakistan. Again, these are actions that were sort of resisted previously because of some effort to try to have an agreement with Pakistan that would facilitate a peace in Afghanistan that we might talk about later on, but something for which I fervently hope but think is probably unlikely.
Well, you mentioned, and I was actually going to come on to both the China and Pakistan dimensions, so why don't we do that? So one of the interesting things is that Prime Minister Modi and the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval actually invested considerable time and effort before the last general election in the relationship with China, and now obviously benefits from Jaishankar's 4.5 years in Beijing.
And he's a Mandarin speaker.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, he's quite a Renaissance man. I forget how many languages. I was looking at it earlier. I think it's at least 6 or 7 languages that he speaks. So quite extraordinary in that regard as well.
And after the terrorist attack in Pulwama, you quite rightly pointed out that China didn't immediately help prescribe the leader of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar, but it eventually dropped its objection. And
by the way, Jaishankar is also, I think, the deputy chief of mission in Japan.
Right.
So, I mean, you talk about sent from central casting to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's really quite an extraordinary preparation.
Yeah. And you mentioned this previously, but on the economic front, the Belt and Road Initiative remained a source of considerable anxiety in Delhi, and all the BRI projects that encircle India. H- In your view, how does, and to use a sort of colorful metaphor, how does the Indian tiger learn to coexist with the Chinese dragon?
Well, again, it always helps, I think, to get the big ideas right, if you will. And I alluded to this earlier, actually from a U.S. perspective. I think it is that the tiger has to be very firm with the dragon, but not provocative. And as I mentioned earlier, I thought this was masterfully demonstrated, again, in the Doklam crisis. Very, very interesting to see how that played out, because it was the firmness that ultimately, I think, led to an assessment by the other side that this is just not worth pursuing, even though the tactical advantage at that location was very considerable for China. And so, again, I think exemplary of what actually the U.S. should have done in some earlier circumstances, and still should use as a guiding principle as we go forward with our relationship. By the way, not just with China, but also with Russia, frankly, also with Iran, and arguably also with North Korea, which are the four leading revisionist countries of the world. That is, are not satisfied with the status quo. They want to revise it, some of it in a somewhat revolutionary way, and China in a more evolutionary way, but in some cases with some goals that are seemingly less legitimate, I guess you would say, than some of the others.
So apart from the relationship with China, one of the central defining issues for India in its neighborhood, of course, is the relationship with Pakistan. Following the 2014 general election, there was an attempt by Prime Minister Modi to engage with Pakistan. Those efforts were not reciprocated, quite the opposite, being sabotaged by subsequent terrorist incidents. And so India's strategy seems to have shifted to effectively ignoring, isolating Pakistan as far as possible. Is that the right interpretation, and is that the right strategy?
Well, as one who worked very, very hard in several different assignments, probably dating back to when I was essentially the internal chief of staff for a chairman of the Joint Chiefs, then later certainly as U.S. Central Command, which includes Pakistan but not India in its area of responsibility, and obviously Afghanistan, all the Central Asian states in the Middle East. And then as CIA director, and in the latter two in particular, worked very, very hard to build a relationship with what are arguably the two key leaders of Pakistan, those being the Chief of Army Staff and the Director of ISI, the Inter-Services Intelligence. Not to say that I ignored the President or Prime Minister, depending on whom was up at the various time, you know.
Well, Mohammed bin Salman did.
So, and had our hopes dashed. I forget who it was that used to describe Pakistan as our favorite frenemy, that it was a friend whom we were trying to help. I mean, when Pakistan pursued what was a very impressive campaign against the Tariqi Taliban Pakistani, so the Pakistani version of the Taliban, who are focused internal to Pakistan rather than the Afghan Taliban, who are headquartered on Pakistani soil but focused into Afghanistan. And you may recall that TTP it was as if they were pointing a dagger from Swat Valley. They'd taken over much of what then used to be known as the Northwest Frontier Province, and were pointed right at Islamabad. And the Chief of Army Staff, General Kiani at the time, again, oversaw a very, very impressive, essentially counterinsurgency campaign right out of the textbook. In fact, he read the textbook. You know, we'd written it back in 2006 in the U.S. and then practiced it in Iraq. And we were helping with that much more than people realize. I mean, we had special operations forces embedded all the way down to their brigade forward command posts So they're tactical command posts, so right behind a battalion headquarters, which is pretty far forward in that particular structure, and providing a variety of different forms of assistance. Again, no direct assistance, but when they were running out of ammunition, we had an emergency airlift of 105 and 155 millimeter howitzers. We rushed a variety of other capacity building instruments in there, helped to rebuild their counterterrorism force, their special operations forces, literally built an entire compound, counterinsurgency training center, all the rest of this. And again, felt that there was a tremendous partnership during this period, and watched with admiration in 2009 as this was carried out from the early part of the year to the latter part. And they basically retook Swat, Bajor, Moman, Khyber, Orakzai, South Waziristan, part of it, the Waziri tribal area, and then unfortunately sort of ran out of momentum and culminated, as you say, in a military sense, short of North Waziristan, which is in many respects the heart of darkness, the home to the Haqqani network, which does so much damage to Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda, which continues to try to reestablish the sanctuary there, now the Islamic State, the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, and of course, again, the Tariqi Taliban Pakistani as well. And again, yes, they took very heavy casualties and the rest of this, but gosh, again, and then really we didn't see that manifest itself again. And the fact that well known in the intelligence world, roughly where the different headquarters are and the leaders and so forth, and yet restricted from doing much about that. You can imagine the frustration of being the commander in Afghanistan, another place where I had a very close, because that continued from Central Command. Even before I took command of Central Command, I was flown out to an aircraft carrier off the southern coast of Pakistan to meet with General Kiani, together with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Special Operations Commander of the United States, in advance of becoming the Central Command commander. And that built all the way through that time. Admiral Mullen, a spectacular chairman of the Joint Chiefs during the bulk of that period, worked very hard to build that relationship. And then also, frankly, with the director of ISI, who then, when I became the CIA director, I mean, I flew halfway around the world one time, literally to meet with him for 2 hours, only to get back on the plane and fly back home. It was that important a relationship to us. And yet, at the end of the day, there was a frustrating element to it, because the kind of cooperation for which we hoped just ultimately didn't fully materialize. Hence, again, the description by, again, I forget who it was that coined that phrase, but that of a frenemy. And that has been the story of this. The challenge for Pakistan is that, in my view, it has never truly accepted that the existential threat to the country is not India. It is actually the internal extremists that are eating away at the elements of society and civic life and doing so much damage in so many different respects, and are gradually propagating more extremism. The education system is sadly is degraded somewhat. Parents end up sending their kids to madrasas instead of the public schools. And this is a very, very dangerous downward spiral, which, when you then combine the distortions to the economy because of a variety of different manners in which there are subsidies provided for refined everything, I mean, even sugar, and how you unwind those kinds of distortions without a million-man march on your doorstep in the morning, frankly, I think defies explanation. And we've had very high hopes as a succession of civilian leaders have taken office, and hoped that they could actually deal with this. And yet we have not seen that materialize, sadly, because again, I want to see, there's a lot of admirable qualities in Pakistan, and I learned these from a very early time when I was, of all things, I was the chief of operations in Haiti for the United Nations force, not the US force. And we had a very impressive Pakistani contingent that was the second largest to the US in there. So again, there's a degree of professionalism and expertise and everything else, and discipline and tradition, some of which, of course, obviously very much shared with India, that dates all the way back to the days of the English Empire. But it just has always sort of come up short. And that is tragic because if they can't deal with that internal challenge, then it is going to be continual frustration for India as well, obviously.
Let me pivot to the theme of this conference, which is India, UK. It's a complex relationship. The colonial history brings familiarity, a big diaspora, over 1.5 million strong, but we've also inherited significant baggage. And sometimes the UK feels that despite the shared language, the common legal and institutional frameworks, we haven't made the breakthrough we deserve. And that was certainly the conclusion of a report issued at the start of this week by the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. As an objective outsider, how can the UK improve its courtship of India?
Let me be very careful here because obviously we're in the UK and talking to an audience that is focused on relationships with India, whether from the UK or the US or what have you. By the way, I forgot earlier to mention as well that thanks to Sanjay's encouragement, I am a member of the board of the US Strategic, and what does that stand for again? The US-India Strategic Partnership. So again, I'm a tiny bit hesitant here, and I hope this won't be taken wrong, but it seems to me that what has to happen here is that the country from which India traces many of its its origins, don't want to overstate that, but certainly its language, its the bureaucratic history, the training of civil servants, all of these that are very, very admirable elements, as does my country, despite revolting back in 1776. But that there's got to move beyond that. I don't know if it's nostalgia or hangover from the jewel and the crown era. I mean, not to put it too bluntly. And again, please don't take that wrong, but look, we have had to UK's had to get past that with the US. I mean, I get tired of being reminded about, the happy state of affairs before 1776. And how much we owe to the, to the mothership and all the rest of this. But the fact is that India is now poised to be the largest country in the world. It is already the largest democracy in the world. It is potentially poised for this breakout economic moment where Prime Minister Modi, emboldened by a success in his re-election, has, as I mentioned earlier, a greater majority than ever in the parliament, a real majority in the parliament now, presumably can pursue the reforms that can propel India forward and make it, in a sense, the next China or the next big thing. And to bring India together, of course, as a country as well, a famously fractious assemblage of states. I mean, people forget that the GST was akin to making India into the European Union. I mean, this is now a common market internal to the country. And so if this can all now culminate in a real expansion of the economy in ways that so many of us have hoped for, and by the way, in which we have been very, very heavily invested. India doesn't truly yet have a full-fledged banking institution or industry. That's what KKR is there trying to help provide, as are a number of other large investment companies. So, Prime Minister Modi is very open to this, by the way. When Henry Kravis and I first met him right after he was elected in New York, he came and we called it speed dating. It was sort of a revolving door, KKR is going in this way and Blackstone was going out that way, and and GE was right behind us, and I think we each got 20 minutes or something like that. But he actually asked us, he said, I'd like to know what you'd like to see us do to make India more attractive. Gosh, don't ask Petraeus and Kravis that kind of question because you'll get an answer, and we did. And we sat down again with Sanjay and the team and then our legal experts and all the others, and I forget how many items we listed But we said, you really want to make India attractive to investment? Here's what you need to do. By the way, he certainly has ticked off some of those, but by no means all of them. And I think that's the question. Now, again, back to the India-UK relationship. Obviously, there is an extraordinarily strong relationship there, but it does have to evolve, as I said, and it does have to get beyond what it was to what it should be at a time that is very pivotal for the UK. With, I don't need to tell you, you're the one in government, but if you can lead us out of this wilderness that has been called Brexit for 3 years, this is trying to get to the promised land or something like that. And again, when that is done, when it is behind the UK, then can that relationship remain strong, but be one that is very much of equals. One is much more equal than the other when it comes to population, demographics, and opportunity, frankly, while noting that the UK is still going to be the 5th largest or so economy in the world and still very much a force to be reckoned with.
So you tempted me. Let's go to the B word. And you're quite right, UK politics is all consumed by the seemingly intractable issue. And again, as an outsider, and it's been very refreshing to hear that the honest external perspective. Do you think that the EU is overplaying its hand, or is the UK mishandling the negotiations? And what you one of your philosophies is always have the big idea at the start of anything that you're leading from a strategic perspective. So what big idea would you suggest that the new British Prime Minister brings to the table to unlock this situation?
Well, look, the challenge for the next Prime Minister, whether it's Boris or Jeremy or whomever it is going to be that I don't think the numbers in Parliament change. The fact that you have a new Prime Minister doesn't change the reality with which you deal on the ground. I remember going into Iraq for the beginning of the surge, and everybody said, oh, great, it's all going to be turned around. And 3 months later, my boss came in and put his arm around me and said, you've got a public relations problem. I said, boss, we don't have a public relations problem. We have a results problem. And when the results are better, the public relations problem, by the way, goes away. And in the meantime, I'm not going to put lipstick on a pig. It's still ugly. This is the problem here. The realities are extraordinarily challenging. And again, I'm telling someone who is in government, albeit in the other chamber than the one that is really going to define this. But getting to whatever the exit strategy is, and from my perspective, one that allows the continued commerce, that allows the continued sharing of intelligence. The ramifications of this are way, way beyond what people are focused on. There's all kinds of little eaches here. The Deputy Supreme Allied Commander of Europe is always a UK 4-star. By the way, he's dual-hatted as the head of the European Union force, and that was to reassure the Americans that the EU force wouldn't go off on its own, that would have the trusty, reliable, special relationship partner at the head of that. What happens to that now when there are countries in the EU that would like to see that? And by the way, I'm often asked about the European defense identity and all this stuff, and I said, look, don't tell me about new headquarters. Tell me about new battalions or new brigades. And if you're going to actually build some new brigades and battalions, I'll be impressed. But if it's just one more headquarters, then I'm a good bit less so. But how do all these relationships, again, there are relationships, sharing of information, flight manifests, for example, that are massively important. Can there be a sharing of that if the UK is no longer part, again, of the economic component of the European Union, which is what this is largely founded upon? So can a new Prime Minister actually bring together enough votes to determine the path out of the EU and do that in a way that is least damaging to the UK? Because look, I am also, still am a professor, but someone who taught economics and international relations at several different places over the years, because I've had this strange soldier and sort of academic background. And I've seen no economic analyses that talk about a positive effect to GDP or some of the other indices on which you would focus. So how can this be navigated in the least damaging way? And then that new identity and global Britain and all the other stuff with the UK still in the UN Security Council, but no longer the counterbalance, say, to France with Germany at the head, if you will, in the EU, all these other dynamics, how can that be negotiated? And I think there are serious questions about that still. And, you know, having spent yesterday in London in different venues that included a number of different members of parliament, it's not clear to me that the facts on the ground are any different after, say, Prime Minister Boris Johnson takes office than they were the day before he took over. And that's a real challenge for the UK, needless to say. And there's a lot hanging on that.
Well, look, I'm conscious that we're eating into lunch, but Manoj, can we have a little bit more time? We've got a couple of questions. We're captivating the audience. I'm getting acclaim. I'm gonna do the questioning, but let me. There's two areas I want to touch on because I think the audience will enjoy this. I think so. We've got to talk about the U.S. elections. So coming up next year, President Trump launched his re-election campaign in Orlando last week with the slogan "Keep America Great," and we had the first Democratic presidential debate in Miami yesterday, another one today. There's so many candidates vying for this. Frankly, should we be prepared for the inevitability of the second Trump term? And for India, because we want to bring this back to India, is that actually counterintuitively a favorable outcome based on the devil you know?
First of all, I think that the U.S.-India relationship is so strong at this point in time that you have seen it get stronger and stronger, beginning with the Democratic administration, the latter years of the Clinton administration, throughout 8 years of the Republican George W. Bush administration, gathered even more momentum in the Obama administration, and has continued that up until the present now, with the exception of these trade frictions that have emerged that are not trivial. But by and large, I think the importance of the U.S.-India relationship is at a stage where it doesn't matter whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. With either, I think, this will still be a very important component of our foreign policy. But I should note that actually with either, there are challenges within the United States for whomever the next president is when it comes to defining the U.S. role in the world, whether we believe that global trade is good for America or not, whether we believe globalism writ large is good or not, and whether or not we believe the U.S. should continue to lead the rules-based international order, and is that all that it is cracked up to be? Now, I am a big-time internationalist. I am a huge proponent of U.S. leadership in the world. I believe it is a force of good, although not a force that has not made some mistakes over the years. But there is a question in the heartland. There is a question, again, and that was ultimately something into which President Trump tapped more effectively than did candidate Clinton, noting that Secretary Clinton, of course, won almost 3 million more popular votes than did the president, and it's our peculiarity of the Electoral College that allowed him to win by essentially less than 80,000 votes in 3 swing states, which is likely what the next election will come down to as well. And you literally have to focus on those counties in the swing states that really do slide back and forth between Republican and Democrat, noting that there are some states that are so solidly blue, Democrat, or so solidly red, Republican, that they're going to go with whatever candidate, I think, emerges in either party. I think there are a couple, as always, you know, an economist would say, well, it depends. And the result on the election, which is a long way off. I mean, 18 months or so is an eternity in politics, in which almost every week now brings new and startling developments. And in the advent of a communication strategy that is founded on the presidential use of Twitter, this is even more so. And he's proud, I think, to be described as a disruptor in chief. But the question really comes down to what happens to the economy between now and then. Does it remain strong in GDP growth, or does it begin to slow? And are there questions about the way that we have achieved this growth, noting that we will be running the largest fiscal deficits in a very, very long time, and doing that at a time of historically low unemployment at the end of an expansion that is, within a few weeks, going to be the longest in our history. It'll surpass the one during the bulk of the Clinton administration's period. And then, frankly, who is the candidate on the Democratic Party? Does that candidate allow himself or herself, because there are many women running, a substantial number this time, to be defined as a socialist in particular and play into his hand in that regard? Or is this candidate a bit more of a centrist? Because keep in mind that one of the challenges of democracy in America, and a reason that I have described it in a recent speech as disrupted, is the importance of party primaries, and that many of the elections, especially in the House of Representatives, where they've redrawn the districts to give an advantage to one party or the other, they've become, again, bright red or bright blue. The election that matters is not the general election. It's not the Democrat versus Republican. It's the primary. And keep in mind that the people who vote in the primary are the activists by definition, and that pulls you further left and further right, which has created a loss of the center in the House of Representatives and, to a degree, in the Senate. So these are sort of the dynamics in which all this is going to play out, but without some sense of how much the president can tout the economy and your 401k, your retirement plans, and this kind of thing, and the qualities, the attributes of the candidate of the other side, I think it's very difficult at this point to predict much of anything.
Let me end by going back to the theme of the second day of this conference, which is around global investor interest in India. You chair KKR's Global Institute and help analyze risks and opportunities. So maybe a sort of two-part question to this. Firstly, what do you see as the biggest risks facing investors today, and not to lead the witness, but how do you see the issue of, in particular, climate change vis-a-vis a country like India, given the disproportionate impact it could have? And maybe to end on a positive note, sure, what are the geopolitical bright spots and global trends which investors should be backing?
First of all, I think we face the most complex array of risks, threats, however you want to term them, that we've seen since the end of the Cold War. I mentioned already the four revisionist powers in the world. You have the continued threat of Islamist extremism, which is going to be a generational challenge, not the threat of a decade, much less a few years, and requires a sustained commitment that is sustainable in terms of the commitment, the expenditure of blood and treasure. Increasing cyber threats that are ever more diabolically creative. They're racing ahead so rapidly that we can hardly even keep up with them conceptually, intellectually, much less with legislation, regulation, policies, and organizational architecture and capabilities. We see populism in the democratic world. I think every large democracy has felt some degree of populism, maybe with the arguable exception of Japan and maybe Australia. I think you'd have to acknowledge there was a degree of populism in the latest election of the Prime Minister in India. Certainly there is right here with Brexit, with the Yellow Jackets in France, with a left-wing, right-wing government in Italy, a minority government in Spain, Germany, where the chancellor had to step down from party leadership, barely held on to the chancellorship, and may or may not last out the year despite an incredible run of economic importance, low unemployment, a fiscal surplus, and a variety of other very, very positive developments. And the United States, where again we've seen a degree of disruption and populism as well. You also see, I think, unprecedented strain on the rules-based international order, a lot of that coming from the country that has benefited from that international order more than any other country over the last 40 years, because what China has achieved since Deng Xiaoping welcomed the world to China 40 years ago is unprecedented in the history of mankind. And yet again, you see these strains and stresses on it. And I mentioned as well this questioning in the United States about the right role of the United States in the world. Should we continue to lead globalism, global trade, alliances? Are they still important? Partnerships and all the rest of that. Again, I think I answer in the affirmative to every one of those, but I have to acknowledge that there is a bit of a discussion that does continue in my own country in that regard. And then you raise climate. And look, having been in Delhi on a bad day approaches a religious experience. I mean, this is not I think, has outstripped Beijing on a bad day, and that's very, very bad. I've actually gotten sick I got so dehydrated that both my colleague and I, had to go see a doctor over this stuff. So again, think of the effect on those living that. And so I think the imperative for addressing climate change is enormous. I was one who did support, again, I'm truly nonpartisan. I can support either party in the US and advise either party, which I do. If they ask, I will provide my thoughts. And that again, that it was very positive to see the US, China, India, and others all leading in Paris. And that I think we need to continue to do that. This is not going away. You can't argue this away. You can't, again, argue with the facts, however much you may argue whether it's 90 or 95 or 98% caused by actions, humankind actions, and so forth. So again, I think an issue. I mean, what about the positive trends? Well, there are a number of those, actually. And what are the big themes, if you will? Certainly just geographically, we see Southeast Asia, which I'd stretch all the way from South Asia through, again, because we're already in China, we're already in Japan, we're already in India, but we see a lot of opportunity there. And I would include Indonesia, I'd go all the way out to the Philippines and so forth. And we have done numerous investments in each of those areas, in many cases, the first of those in the last year or two. The Philippines, I think we've just done 2 or so. And frankly, that was after a couple of trips that I made just to come back and give thumbs up and say, yes, there's some headline issues here with a president there who's also quite disruptive and says some things that occasionally raise eyebrows, but which has generally a good financial management, if you will, in the country, and again, business people with whom you can partner. So the context is one that does by no means scares us off and actually is quite attractive. That's tied into demographics, and we look, obviously, where are the countries that are growing? And then beyond that, a very, very important theme for us. Even in countries that aren't growing demographically anymore, China would be at the top of that list, Japan would be another, but for China and a number of the other developing economies, it's about the rise of the middle class, the growth of the middle class. You know, the middle class in China now, I believe, is more populous than the entire population of the United States. So just think about how many opportunities there are there as a result of that. India won't be far behind. Other countries, again, in Southeast Asia. By the way, sadly, I have not included Africa in this, where we see the governance and rule of law and corruption and other issues being so substantial that despite a very successful investment in Ethiopia 4 years ago, largest PE deal in Africa at that time, we're still considering investments, but we're not aggressively pursuing them the way that we were 4 or 5 years ago, when we thought that we would, by this point in time, have a headquarters in West Africa, probably in Nigeria, and East Africa and Ethiopia, and that just hasn't transpired. There's some other challenges like that out there as well. Now, beyond that, the phenomenon of the experience economy. You know, you and I don't go to dinner, we go out to have an experience. And those restaurants, those hotels, those tourist attractions that have made this a real experience, a truly memorable occasion, are prospering, are growing, and we have invested a great deal behind that theme. And again, I know this is hugely macro, and it sounds very obvious once you've stated it, but not everybody has been acting, and not even more have been putting their money behind it, which we have been doing. Deconglomerization, which is a very sort of awkward word, but another great opportunity. Look at what we did with Panasonic Healthcare. Now you have to ask yourself, as we did, why does Panasonic, an electronics corporation, have a healthcare firm within it? And we asked ourselves that question, and we asked Panasonic, how much value added are you to this thing? Look what it's done lately, and it hasn't done much. We carved it out, we bought something from Bayer, took it global, hugely successful investment. We've repeated that, I think, at least 3 or 4 times just in Japan alone, and we see a lot of opportunities for that in a number of countries around the world. Again, some of those opportunities in India, we think, others further in Japan, in Korea, and other places where you have these very large conglomerations, not all pieces of which fit together perfectly. So again, we see these kinds of opportunities as being very substantial. Look, valuations are at an all-time high in many parts of the world, in many industries, and yet we continue to find very good deals. I was thinking the other day that, when I joined KKR, I think it was 6 years ago, KKR was hugely respected for the $83 billion in assets under management at the time, and we've just broken through $200 billion and carving out all kinds of other new opportunities, by the way. We're actually now doing strategic investing or core investing, where we're actually just buying something and hanging on to it rather than the usual, we sometimes call it the hamster model of PE, where you run fast to raise a fund, you deploy the fund, and you exit the fund, and then you have to run even faster if you want to build it. Well, so we've actually asked, I remember going to Henry Kravis one time and saying, Henry, wow, this is such an extraordinary company. This is when I still hadn't truly grasped the difference between private equity and public equity. I was an economist, not a finance guy. And I said, why do we have to sell this company? Henry, this is spectacular. It's printing money. It's better than the US Treasury, the mint. And he said, well, this is what PE does. And I said, well, gosh, have we ever thought about why we're doing it this way? And lo and behold, we're doing core investing, and we have big co-investors for that. We have strategic partnerships, which is 15-year money and beyond that. So again, there's lots of new opportunities regionally in these themes that I mentioned, and then actually in what it is that we're doing, in some cases pioneering, in some other cases following some others in real estate, energy, infrastructure, in addition to the traditional model, and then the huge growth of the credit and capital markets side of the business as well, where we're now doing the financing. We are our own biggest investor. Our balance sheet, Sanjay, I don't know if you've seen this, but it's now $18 billion. Which is quite extraordinary. That's our own money. That makes us the single biggest investor in every one of our own funds. And again, the prospects for that in the future are quite considerable, and we very much see India as a destination for an increasing amount of what it is that pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and others have provided us to manage for them.
Look, it's great to end on that, on those positive notes and those opportunities. It's been a wide-ranging and fascinating discussion. Thank you for your candor and insights. Please join me in showing our appreciation to General David Petraeus. Superb. Super great.
And we thank Lord Gaudia for his excellent stewardship of that conversation as well. Thank you both very much. Just a word on lunch. We're taking advantage of the wonderful weather by allowing you to eat outside. To get to the lunch, you go out that door, make your way to the room that is behind this one. The food is in there, and then at your leisure, move out to the garden. We resume at 2:30 in our various sessions. Thank you.
हेलो टेस्टिंग 1 2 हाँ जी मयंक जी सुनाई दे रहा?
हेलो
हेलो
नीरज
मयंक
जी।
जी हाँ जी ठीक है ना? हाँ सुनाई दे रहा? हेलो सुनाई दे रहा? हेलो हेलो हाँ जी मयंक जी सुनाई दे रहा? हेलो हेलो सुनाई दे रहा?
हेलो।
हाँ जी सुनाई दे रहा?
हाँ सुनाई दे रहा है।
ठीक है देख सकता हूँ आपको हमारा
हाँ
इमेज हमारा वीडियो देख रहे? कनेक्शन पोर है Nah, if they've stood up, don't worry. If they've stood up, don't worry. No, don't ask them to sit back down. Just stand there with dessert plate, and if they want it, they'll take it. using this again. I've pulled out obviously the Ethernet and just put the original one back in straight to that because we won't be able to stream that with that setup already. The only thing that wasn't connected was the webcam. Does that mean we take that presenter out? Not the one with the camera. Oh, it's not slide.
ये हमारे माँ के बराबर मौका
हेलो
है लेकिन कोई ऐसा फायदा
हेलो
नहीं है।
मयंक जी।
यस
हाँ जी सुनाई दे रहा है। ये लैपटॉप ही यूज़ करेंगे ना?
यस
ये कनेक्शन ही रहेगा ना अमिताभ जी के लिए?
सेम कनेक्शन है।
I can't hear him now.
आपका वीडियो नहीं आ रहा?
हाँ हमारा साउंड आ रहा है?
हाँ साउंड आ रहा है।
ठीक है, आपका भी आ रहा है, विजुअल भी आ रहा है। हमारा कैमरा देख सकते हैं?
नहीं कैमरा आपका नहीं आ रहा ना, आप वीडियो नहीं आ रहा आपका।
हाँ ठहर चेंज करेंगे। Yes, please. हाँ अभी आएगा?
अभी तक तो आया नहीं है।
ठीक है,
ये हाँ आ रहा है।
आ गया?
आ गया।
ठीक है, तो 3:30 बजे है ना? यहाँ की 3:30, आपकी 8 बजे।
और
8 बजे या?
हाँ ओके
ठीक है,
So
तो
we'll-
बाद में विल कनेक्ट अगेन।
लॉगिन करेंगे 7:45 पे लॉगिन कर लूंगा मैं।
ठीक है, और मैं कनेक्ट करूँगा। हाँ अच्छा, थैंक यू भाई।
The Deal of the Year, sponsored by DMI Finance.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can take our seats, we'll begin in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So we'll start the session in 2 or 3 minutes' time. Please do take your seats. Thank you. Gentlemen, hello again. Thank you for coming back for the afternoon session. I know there are multiple sessions going on in different rooms around the building, so thank you for choosing this one. This afternoon session is with the supportive partnership of Tech UK. If I could ask you, please make sure your mobile phones are back on silent so that they don't disturb any proceedings. We're going to talk in this segment about how successful Indian multinationals need to be fully on top of the frontier technologies in their sector, something that requires significant research in investment in research and development in their own right, but also occasionally requires strategic investments in the right partners wherever they are to be found around the globe. So we've got 5 panelists to discuss this. I'll invite all 5 to make their way to the platform, please. Give them a round of applause as they make their way here. And we are being joined by Babita Sambekar, who is from the law firm DWF LLP. He's the head of India practice. Dr. Vijay Chotawale, who is from Atal Investment. One more. Sorry, Atal Innovation Mission, a member of that. Anish Patel, who's the leader of the UK India group at PwC. Hemal Shah, who is from the US Chamber of Commerce's Global Innovation Policy Center. She's Director of International Policy there. And Roshan Shetty, who is a Director for Benelux, Switzerland and the Nordics for Infosys. You're all very welcome. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. Roshan, I'll start with you, Roshan Shetty. When we talk about global tech conglomerates such as yours, such as Infosys, making their investments, how do you decide where to invest? How do you pick the horses?
So I think it's a great question. In the industry that we are in, the stakeholders that are most important for us are our employees, who are our assets, our clients, who we do business with, and the society at large, where we feel that we need to give back. Now, if you look at all these three entities or stakeholders, you need to kind of see where the investments would make most sense. You would actually have the relevant ones in terms of digital, data analytics, cybersecurity, the typical ones in tech which are hot, where you would want to kind of invest. But then you need to kind of see that how does it actually play across all these three stakeholders. So something that you actually invest from an innovation standpoint or in a startup or a fintech needs to give that impetus to the employees to find interesting to kind of work on it. It needs to be able to generate value where the clients actually kind of feel that their business models and their businesses are going to kind of get benefited. And in an indirect or a direct way, it needs to actually give back to the society. So that's actually pretty much how you look at how you make the investments. And organizations like Infosys have actually set aside innovation fund. We set aside about $500 million of innovation fund, where we cautiously look at how do we kind of invest and give enough support towards the fintechs and startups.
And do you have a quota? Do you have a certain number of companies, a certain size of business that you wish to acquire every year? Are you more opportunistic than that? If something interesting comes along, then you try to grab it. What's the approach?
So people who have actually followed Infosys for years would know that we are typically a very conservative company who doesn't kind of go and invest, even though we actually sit on a large balance sheet. The way we look at it is we don't actually have any kind of quotas in terms of like these many number of firms or these many number of startups in a year. Typically, we actually look at the dimension of value. How does it actually complement the business that we are doing and add value to our customers? So that's the basic thing. The second is that as a corporate, we have decided that we will not invest more than about 15 to 20% in any single fintech or startup company. The sole reason is that you don't want to actually kill the innovation in an organization based on the corporate agendas that actually are driven in large organizations such as us. So we want to keep that innovation quotient running and give the independence to the companies to go ahead and actually kind of do what they want to do, but give them the support that is required in terms of financial funds or in terms of access to clients or access to talent. I think in the earlier panel there was actually discussion about talent also. So how do you kind of bring that together? So that's the main drive and focus.
And sorry to keep drilling into the detail of this, but that's an interesting point. The 20% ceiling is initially, or you will never own more than 20%? What I mean is, do you buy into a company and then at some point in the future, if it's worked really well, consider buying 100%, or will you always stick at 20?
So the thumb rule is that we don't typically go over 15 to 20%. There have been instances where we have seen that it makes a lot of sense if the acquisition actually happens. And in those cases, we have actually done that, but very far and few. The reason is that we want to kind of also use the funds cautiously across various segments which will actually kind of be beneficial, and don't want to kind of put the entire funds across a few organizations. So that's also the reason.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We'll come back to the points on culture and how you manage the differing culture in the organizations in the discussion. Babita Emberkar, you're the head of India practice at DWF. When larger conglomerates are assessing smaller targets, what should they be looking for?
I will share what I've experienced, particularly Indian multinationals looking at when they are assessing an overseas acquisition target. In recent times, I think that Indian multinationals have been very strategic in their choice of acquisition target. We had a stage earlier in the evolution where there were some acquisitions that were made with less of a strategic focus, and some of them have worked and some of them haven't. But at least in the past few years, my experience, and I deal with acquisitions for Indian multinationals in Asia and more widely in the US and globally as well. They have actually given it some serious thought before they have contemplated the journey. They have fairly extensive discussions with the target and the team about integration. And I think what comes highest on their list of priorities is synergy value, and I heard that from you just now. It's what can they bring, and how are they going to collectively create an enhanced offering. And I think that's a very smart way to approach an acquisitive strategy. Typically, they will undertake acquisitions for a few reasons. Firstly, if they're entering a new market because they want access to a new jurisdiction. Secondly, if there's some value in their existing offering, either upstream or downstream of what they have, they are interested. And thirdly, of course, as with all Indians, if the price is right.
But what they're actually, in many cases, what they're buying is innovation. They're buying the capacity to innovate, to develop new technology that smaller companies, being more nimble and agile, are better able to do.
Absolutely. There's an example that I was talking to the team from Bharat Forge just yesterday, and they were talking about why they made the acquisition of Teva Motors, which they did very recently. And their explanation was exactly that. They found a target which had a very niche area of expertise in technology and skill. And in the UK, engineering is renowned as an industry, and they took that target on that basis. So I think that they are, and they're talking about how they're planning to take that innovative technology and enhance their offering with it.
Dr. Vijay Chetawale, can innovation be bought as simply as this?
I think it's a tough question because, yes, innovation can be bought if its value has been recognized appropriately and also at appropriate time. If we miss any one of it, then either there is a good chance that we can go wrong. In India, typically the risk capital is not that easily available as in West Coast of US or in Boston or in London for that matter. And government has done a lot of things to cultivate or nurture this culture. We have a lot of systemic problems. I won't list all of them, but starting from school, where the teaching typical Indian education is highly conformist. First time in Indian history under Atal Innovation Mission by this government has funded close to 6,000 tinkering labs, which has given exposure to robotics, 3D printing to the school children. Also then there was an issue of funding the incubators because incubators in India were highly underfunded or there were no mentorship of what they need to do or not to do. And then again, Atal Innovation Mission has funded close to 60 incubators in India. And now we have thrown a grand challenge in 5 sectors which are very relevant to India. And we have committed that if a prototype is built to these 5 challenges, we will give them unlimited funding, of course based on certain success milestones. India also has a regulatory impediments as far as innovation is concerned. And one example which I have cited several times, which is my area of expertise also, is high-end innovation of drug discovery. So there was a company based in Delhi which has discovered a very unique therapy for certain type of cancer. And they had enormous difficulty in funding to prove at certain stage where it was ready to license out. They literally sold their personal properties and mortgage the ornaments of their spouses to get the funds. And once they got a successful, their first IP was licensed out to Roche with 35 million US upfront payment. It's a great success story, but as soon as that check was deposited in the bank, the taxman has knocked the door and asked them to pay 30% capital gains. So on one side you have a scarcity of risk capital, and on the other side you have such a draconian laws which will kill innovation. So this government has changed this important loophole and said that if your IP is encashed, IP generated in India is encashed, then the capital gains will remain at 10%. So many such reforms have actually are seeing now some green shoots of innovation in high-tech area, in high-risk area, and low-hanging fruits are of course they are there, but I can see a lot of positive changes in India happening.
Okay, thank you. Hang on.
Yes, so that was a very interesting point that Dr. Chaudhary raised as well, and thanks for that question to him. We find in our research very often that the value of innovation actually lies in how one identifies the intangible asset created by intellectual property and then enforces it and values it and monetizes it. So commercialization of IP. And we find our 2019 research shows that countries with strong IP systems are 77% more likely to compete in the 4th industrial revolution and 40% more likely to attract private investment in R&D. And that's why we have our intellectual property index, where India was the big story of the year. From rank 44 out of 50, it jumped up 8 places to 36 out of 50 with big reforms that came from the first term of the Modi government. India has a long way to go in terms of pro-innovation growth and intellectual property-friendly policies, but it's done a great job in terms of making it easier for startups to help monetize their IP and also to value and build partnerships
Because
abroad.
the policies that nurture innovation are your area of specialism in this discussion. So your conclusion so far is progress has been made in reform, but more is necessary.
More is necessary, especially more stronger policies to attract more research and development, investment, human capital development as well as closing the gap between commercial science and market demand. So industry-academia collaboration, as well as, in the end, resulting in IP commercialization.
Prashant, sorry, I cut you.
Yeah, going back to your parent question in terms of buying innovation, I don't think you need to look at innovation always from the perspective or the lens of actually buying. For example, in an organization like Infosys, we are using that fund that we have in order to kind of help promote grassroots level innovation, which is that within the organization itself, we actually generate a lot of ideas, and the ideas that are coming from the employees, if we feel that it has actually a fit for purpose kind of a model, then invest in that in terms of actually kind of bringing it to bear. So you need to look at it from a perspective of accelerator rather than actually kind of always looking at it from a perspective of investing in some other organization or acquiring some other organization. And the other dimension that Hemal mentioned is also very interesting is partnering with the academia. So for example, in UK, we are actually working with the universities of Manchester, Cardiff, and some of the other universities in terms of developing solutions on AI and machine learning. So you can actually use the forces which are there together to kind of create something which is actually very interesting.
Thank you. Anish Patel.
No, thank you. I just want to build a little bit on the innovation point and about IP, everything which I agree on. From where we see, and we see multinationals doing this well and not so well, one of the differing factors that at least in our mind kind of makes a difference is about how they look at innovation, right? There's innovators all around the world. A lot of them have Indian heritage, but they work best when they know the sector that is being disrupted, right? And therefore, the whole idea of getting an innovation, an incubator within the Indian environment that can be used with the problems which are faced in that country is kind of important, right? So sometimes it's not the idea in the UK or in the US or another part of the world that can be exported to India. It's more the method of thinking there. And to that extent, I think the multinationals that we see doing this really well is where they create a culture that failure is okay. We talked about earlier on this morning, that you're not going to get the answer the first time round. And if there's a multinational that is prepared to invest in that culture, then actually that product market fit that we talked about earlier on, i.e., having some innovation that has some value, is probably more likely to sustain there. So anything around the cultural improvements there, I think, is encouraged from our perspective by the government and companies.
Thank you, Vijay.
I fully agree with you that by nature, Indians are scared of failures. And socially also it is considered to be a stigma. If someone fails, he takes a risk and he fails. Not in business, but definitely in case of innovation. And that is something which we need to overcome, that okay, a failure is okay, you can learn from it and take it to
But that's a cultural change.
That's a
goes
cultural
that's
change.
wider than business. That's wider
Absolutely.
than science.
Second part is also equally important, that typically Indians are very good in working in silos, where innovation is many a time interdisciplinary teams of different talents, they work together. I always give an example that Indians are very good in cricket or in badminton for that matter, where or chess, where the performance of single individual can win or lose the match, versus soccer or basketball, where the entire performance of entire team is required. So these are some cultural issues which we have some icons of talent, but they don't want to come out with the grassroots solutions. A lot of cultural changes happened, and now I visit these premier institutions more often, and I see that this kind of urge is there, but a lot needs to be done.
But
Babita and then, yeah.
Sorry, I just have a question actually for my fellow panelists. So on that subject of failure and the difficulty in addressing failure, so in a number of jurisdictions globally, we have sandbox environments which enable innovators to actually trial things out and actually get to a stage where they can commercialize. Is there something similar in India? Is anyone aware?
Well, I can say, PwC with Citi UK, one of the things we're trialing on the financial service sector is the sandbox environment we have in the UK. Could that be used in India?
Okay.
So it's definitely something which is in the pipeline. But just taking a step back, the sort of factors that can help create that culture of failure leading to progression or lack of silo environment, I think are in the large Indian multinationals like Roshan and Infosys or many others, right? Well, first of all, they have the size and the ability to be able to take some risks and take some bets there. But secondly, they've probably got a better ability of kind of getting the front office people, the strategy people, the customer facing people, working with the innovators so that the innovation's not happening in a silo environment. But definitely agree, Babita, in terms of sandboxes and ideas like that, that's a great way of the UK, for example, helping collaborate with India to make this a success.
I was going to ask Prashant how comfortable he is with the idea of failure.
I think perfectly, very, very comfortable with the idea of failure.
Someone else's failure.
Sorry?
Someone else's failure.
Because we have actually also failed a number of times in our business models. But I think I also don't want to kind of dilute what you actually kind of asked, because that's a real pertinent issue, especially in India and the Asian setup, where the shareholders are not very kind to you, I mean, they want both the growth, they want the bottom line in terms of margins, they want everything, you know. So it's very difficult when you actually kind of invest in something and you put millions into it and then you actually see failure. How do you kind of manage it with your shareholders is also an art, and you need to kind of master that.
When you say shareholders, do you mean in the public markets?
Yeah.
Because you extend that logically, then the conclusion is that innovation is better done in private hands.
Not really. It's about how do you kind of box it, you know. So for example, I mean, and there are multiple examples. We actually have a stated thing in our financial statements that 2% of our profits will go towards education and research. So when we box it that way, shareholders know that actually this much is going to be used for developing something either on the talent uplift or in terms of solutions. So I think it's about clear statements that you need to kind of make. And I think that Jeff Bezos actually did it very well when he started Amazon, I think, where I think he still actually publishes that first shareholder letter that he actually sent to the shareholders during his first year gets repeated every year in his financial statement, wherein he says that if you're looking for a company to kind of have a short-term kind of a profit, please do not invest in Amazon. And Amazon is the best example where it actually went on the brink of bankruptcy and actually came back. So I think you need to make some bold statements and kind of have your strategy laid out very clearly in order to kind of make sure that you have the ecosystem working along with you.
I totally agree with you with the shareholders. The other stakeholder, I think, is the regulators, which maybe where the sandbox thing first came in there. The Indian regulatory environment is transforming, it's evolving, and therefore there's a lot of change there. Yeah. And it is sometimes hard in some sectors, the heavily regulated sectors, take pharma, take financial services, to be really innovative if you're not sure how the regulator is going to react to it, which then comes back down to shareholder pressure. So, this idea of being able to have an ability to test through a sandbox is crucial in those sectors.
Actually, in 2016, the Startup Action Plan announced by Prime Minister Modi himself in one of the conclave is a landmark transformation in India's history of innovation, because it has reduced several regulatory hurdles and some of them really eliminated. This patent case I was saying actually has been part of this Startup Action Plan, and there were many. For example, even you have a company of 2 people, you had to take some 20 clearances of labor laws and environmental laws and waste management. So now you don't have to do all this. Then there is how much capital you can gain without any regulatory approval. So there are so many changes. The progress is there. I am not saying that we have reached to the status of we can claim of a Silicon Valley of India or something, but I am sure more is to happen. I doubt it. Yeah, I am not that complacent. We have a long way to go.
The policy implications of allowing innovators to fail. How can that be done? How do you create a comfortable area for that to happen?
There was a good discussion on that, and I agree with the sandboxing and all of that. But we often find that in the US, with a strong intellectual property system, you're able to sort of gamble. You're able to play your bets well. You're able to, if your idea has been repeated, it's fine. You find something else, develop on top of it, file a patent, whatnot. The other thing I wanted to mention on startups that Dr. Chauthewale also mentioned, such a crucial reform in India on that front. India is really at an inflection point right now where we find that earlier we used to see India as the champion of frugal innovation, and now we feel that India is at the cusp of becoming the champion of transformative innovation. And it is moving from a heavily services-led economy to a more knowledge-based economy with all these changes, as well as just sort of being more open about accepting failure as well. I think it's changed the whole sort of concept of failure in India over time.
I definitely agree with that, and that just needs to continue. That momentum needs to continue so that people have the ability to kind of keep investing in that.
As well as buying the innovation and buying the know-how, you are also buying the people who have created the startup and got it to the point where it is of interest to you, those people, the founders, are valuable as well. If you look at some recent cases, Facebook buying Instagram, it didn't take very long for the founder to walk out the door. How do you retain the key people without imprisoning them?
So I think the key there is to actually kind of provide them the flexibility and the leverage to do what they're actually best at. And the moment you actually start trying to kind of box that and make them into an uncomfortable situation, because most of these guys are actually kind of used to the fact that they get up in the morning, they think about something and they want to kind of go ahead and do it, you know. Now, if you bring a lot of policies and corporate kind of governance and standards into it, while some of it is important, but if you kind of make it more of a process-oriented and bureaucratic kind of a process, you will kill the innovation. So going back to the point that I actually mentioned, that that's the reason that we don't want to kind of invest more than about 15 to 20%, because we actually feel that it kills it. And I think some of the examples in a corporate world are not necessarily to kind of complement your business, but to actually kind of create a more monopoly.
Yes, to put them out of business.
Yeah, exactly. So you actually kind of go and acquire those companies because you want to get it out of the race, and thereby actually that's intentionally kind of done to kill it, you know.
Yes, so you're not buying innovation, you're strangling innovation. Yes, Vijay.
There is a very classic book on this topic by a British professor in LBS. The name of the book is Clever, and it's a classical English meaning of clever, not in a very rustic sense. The Indian will say the hoshiar hai, not of that kind. And he has given again a classic case in that book when again in the pharma sector, the Roche, Swiss giant, when it bought Genentech, highly innovative American company, and having two different cultures, and how that time the CEO could manage two contrasting culture and still nurture the innovation in Genentech, and Genentech is still bringing out highly innovative product, while the strength of Roche remains in the marketing and the distribution and manufacturing. So these are, it is not easy to manage these contradictions, but if the leadership is aware of it, and these can be a great combination.
Babita, this is about managing cultures, integrating cultures, but it's also an element about command and control, isn't it, and flexibility.
Yes, absolutely. And this is actually something that I think Indian multinationals do extremely well. I think India itself is a land of so much diversity, language, culture, background, you know, all ends of the economic scale, that Indians have a very strong appreciation of different cultures. I think that although we have been, to a large extent, focused on domestic initiatives and only started really looking internationally in a material sense in later stages, what I see Indian companies doing is really getting immersed into those markets in which they choose to invest. You know, I've assisted some companies in countries such as Vietnam, Myanmar, Japan, and the approach is very much that they want to learn the language. They will have, and this is very different to the Chinese approach, by the way. They will have a few senior executives that they might place in that company, but they will work with the local teams, and the name of the game is integration and generating a cultural fit. And I think it's a really great approach, actually.
Anish, thank you.
And building on that, coming back to Indian multinationals, I mean, if you look at the landscape of Indian multinationals, the majority of them are conglomerates. They are across sectors, across geographies. It would seemingly mean that if you've got some good innovation there, you could move that innovation around. And coming back to your point about how do you keep those innovators within the business, within that culture, there's an ability here for today's generation of multinationals to do that.
We'll take a few questions if we have them. Just pop your hand up. We'll get a microphone to you. When it reaches you, tell us who you are and what organization, if any, that you represent. If your hand is up already and I haven't seen it, say at the back of the room, then feel free to shout out. I'm not seeing any hands, so let me ask you this instead. If it's possible to buy innovation that's done by a smaller, more nimble, friskier company, and it's possible to nurture that innovation successfully afterwards, why would a large company spend any money on research and development at all? Why not outsource the whole lot and then buy stakes in more innovative companies? Isn't that a more effective use of capital?
Actually, there are case studies of what you are saying. Essentially, R&D is there only for certain technical purposes, but most of their products are bought from the outside, and they are still profitable companies. And many a times, companies are acquired with a bigger fish only for the same purposes, and the net market cap of both, actually after 5 years, if you see, has actually gone down below 1. So those acquisitions have gone really bad, or the acquired company was highly overvalued. So these cases are available all over the world, especially in the American environment. I can cite some 25 such examples. But the critical innovation, most of the time, which becomes the life and death of the organization, most of the time is intrinsic. For example, even today, 30% of Intel's revenue is on R&D, which is one of the highest. Qualcomm spends close to 20%. And therefore, only they could come out with very high-end chips for the mobiles, etc. It would not have been possible to upgrade that innovation to the product cycle by simply acquiring something which is budding.
I think. Sorry. On R&D, I think the question is what is R&D? So if we're talking about the automotive sector a little while ago, and the large car manufacturers around the world will spend money on R&D, which might be about how do you make the car product better, more efficient, the engines, etc. But the biggest disruptor in their market is electric cars, right? And the question is R&D being spent on what's the future, electric car, or is that where you need to buy innovation? So I would just challenge that even the businesses that are spending on R&D is probably on their current product base, not thinking about where their market will get disrupted. And that you either need to cultivate or buy.
Okay, thank you, Rishon.
A couple of additional points to what my colleagues have actually mentioned out here is not every company that actually is innovative and has a good idea can be a unicorn. And many of them actually also do not see the venture capitalists actually doing any seed funding into them. Yeah. You need to have the ability of large corporates to be able to kind of cite these innovations and not only invest in terms of actually bringing it to light, but also give them the platform to kind of go at scale with the potential of the client base that you actually have, with the potential of the global reach that you actually have. That's one additional point. And the second point is, I think earlier we made a kind of an observation that innovation is also specific to regional areas, or global parts where something which is actually very relevant in the emerging market may not be actually something that is relevant from an innovation standpoint in the established markets. So in order to kind of be able to kind of capture that and to kind of give, again, the potential for that to kind of see its light, corporates need to actually do their bit in terms of investing in innovation.
Okay, thank you. Lady in the front row.
Hi there. Is it working?
Yes, keep going.
You mentioned how shareholder pressure is huge on Indian multinationals. I'm interested whether Indian multinationals are following governance more from a UK model where we take stakeholders into account and ESG, all of that sort of stuff, or whether we're following more of the US model, particularly given that India has a tendency to have family-owned businesses.
Yeah, so I think the answer would actually vary because like if you look at an organization like Infosys, we are listed not only in India, we're listed in NASDAQ, we're listed in Europe, and we actually kind of do the GAAP kind of submissions in various kind of financial kind of regions. So an organization like us, it's not relevant in terms of actually you have everything which is transparent. But in terms of conglomerates where you actually have family-owned business, which is not publicly listed possibly, there could be actually kind of governing standards which need to be actually there, which are better. And I think, I don't remember, there was a panel which was there earlier which also made a remark in terms of the corporate governance which is actually required in some of those organizations is actually very important and very relevant. There are actually also a third sector of kind of companies where you are listed, but the maximum amount of shareholders is actually kind of still within the family, you know. And there again, it becomes very gray in terms of actually how do you kind of run. And some of the past examples of certain organizations that have come in bad light in terms of how their financials were actually managed were because of those kind of situations. So there is a lot that needs to be done, and I think the local regulators can play a big part in that. And in terms of also the rating agencies actually kind of looking at some of the practices. So I think there's enough room for actually us to work towards that.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Thank you for your question. I think we will bring the discussion to an end at this point. So please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you very much. So we'll have a short 10-minute break at this point. We're going to reconvene here on this stage at 3:35. So in 10 minutes' time, we're going to have a special address from Amitabh Kant. So that's at 3:35. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. We're going to proceed with the afternoon's events. If you could please take your seats now. There are lots of seats available at the front if you want to get a little bit closer to the conversation. If your friends are still outside enjoying the sunshine, stick your head out the door and ask them to make their way in here. They are missing a great treat. So we're now going to talk about the buzz, the UK, India and tech, and how this is to be leveraged to create an untapped global influence. Technology has played a pivotal factor in building the bridge between the UK and India. The UK-India Tech Partnership, set up by the two Prime Ministers in 2018, has provided a fillip to this activity. We're going to talk about how you can develop that relationship, how you deepen it, how you energize it, and how you secure maximum benefits from it. To do that, we have three people in conversation. Please make them welcome. They are Amo Kallar, Gus Bartholomew, and Tom Adiola. Give them a round of applause, please. As they make their way in, let me tell you a little bit who they are. Before you sit down, by the way, we will have a photograph here as well. Just imagine it's Crime Watch. There we go. Lovely, thank you very much. So, Amo Kallar is from the British High Commission in New Delhi, where he is Deputy Director of Trade and Innovation. And that is you?
That is me.
That is you. Gus Bartholomew is the co-founder of Supply Compass. And Tom Adiola is the founder and chief executive of Mittal. So welcome to the three of you. We want to talk about the UK's and India's relationship on technology, how to deepen it, how to energize it. I mean, give us the overview, first of all. What is the existing state of the relationship in terms of technology?
Let me start. It's a wonderful thing when Sir Mark Tully comes and sits down in your session. It certainly does raise the stakes. I would
intimidating.
Well, indeed. Just before I start, so I'm about to leave India actually, and leave this wonderful experience, which has involved working as part of a team that established this India-UK technology partnerships. There are two critical people in the crowd, Louise and Shoma, sitting on the second row, who anchor the government department that leads on technology, that will certainly take forward in a sort of Whitehall sense, working with our teams in India on India-UK innovation and the technology partnership. So the key elements, I suppose just a couple of observations from me. It's a shame that Amitabh isn't sort of able to join, because I think he'd have given really much more lucid account of how innovation, like the previous panel, have just sort of set out, I think, really well.
Tell us how you see it.
Innovation has just sort of transformed India. We set up the India-UK Technology Partnership, I think, for 3 reasons, actually. The first is an absolutely critical one around investment flows between India and the UK. Very, very successful. My department, the Department of International Trade, released a report today, which I'm sure Manoj is going to cover, which shows that the very companies that are on that board outside and have been sitting on this panel create the second largest number of jobs in the UK, Indian companies, particularly companies like Infosys, Wipro. 30 or 40% of those jobs are in technology and telecoms, and that seems to grow every year. So, it was building on that very successful partnership. That was where business puts its money where its mouth is. And I think as a 21st century post-EU exit government, I think we need to really take that quite seriously. The second reason we put it together is because, funnily enough, it was relatively easy in an environment where bilateral diplomacy is all about relatively tricky subjects, and it can be quite asymmetric. It was relatively easy because India is fantastic at technology, both in terms of its talent, its demand for consumer technology, and some of the success that my co-panelists have had in India, and also some of the challenges are based on that. And then the third reason we did it is because, again, represented here this week have been colleagues from the regions in the UK. So it's not just about London, it's about the Midlands and the North. And we've tried to connect through that technology partnerships the UK's regions with the states in India who are, under the guise of competitive federalism, quite keen on growing state levels of manufacturing under Make in India. So those are 3 reasons and 3 driving factors behind the partnership.
Described as an untapped global influence, that suggests that it's useful, it's working, but there's much more that could be done. It could achieve much
I think
more.
that's right. The thing I would say is that, India and the UK have the world's first technology partnership. It is only a brand, I suppose. I think where you will find particularly this notion of untapped potential, I think one is actually in, and I know you're going to talk about this, is in how we bring real innovators, so the grassroots and sort of, pre-Series A startups from India, encourage them to explore the domestic market in certain sectors and then bring them to the UK and internationalise their business. So one critical element, which will start actually delivering very soon of the partnership is this notion of a technology hub. And Louise's team lead on that global network that is setting them up in these high growth markets. That will be coming to Delhi very soon. And that will give us much more profile and a deeper reach into those innovators. So I think that untapped potential is actually about innovators, startups and human beings who, as the previous session sort of outlined, they're the ones that drive everything. They don't exit IITs in India anymore and think about joining multinationals. They actually want to at least dip their toes in their own startup and see it scale. And I think that's absolutely wonderful.
Thank you. Tom, tell us about your business.
Yep, so I've got a business called MeTail. We're a fashion technology business. Our aim is around trying to help make clothing fit for all. And we're going about that by digitizing garments for people to be able to try on and see how they fit. So how can we digitize people really fast, really cheaply and easily so you can do it in the home to virtually try stuff on, but also how do we digitize clothing really, really fast and cheaply? So we're seeing the digital garment as being analogous to the MP3, and that being the key to open up new consumer experiences. In terms of how we connect to India, we've had a relationship now in India going back 8 years. We originally sort of built outsource supply partnerships with an initial company in Bangalore. And that was actually through all of our tech team based in Cambridge, there's a strong link to companies out there who you could use for computer vision-based tagging of imagery. And for us, we developed software which we then basically found teams of people out there who could help use our software at scale and be the man in the loop for our process where automation might break down or AI might break down in the system. And over the years, we've now grown that to 2 different suppliers out there. We've got about in excess of 60-odd people who we work with and who indirectly work for us out there. And then over the years as well, in terms of our service offering, we started to get pulled into the Asian market. I think if you're in a startup, you always want to put your product into a growing market. And certainly for fashion retail in Europe and the UK is a negative 2% year-on-year growth market. Whereas what we were seeing and the pull we were getting out of India and other emerging markets was the emergence of a tech-savvy, data-savvy entrepreneurial class who had no legacy systems, who were able to sort of jump past desktop internet into mobile with a fast-growing middle-class market. So they could basically take innovative and experimental bets on new technologies to see what would and wouldn't work.
And your business is doing well?
Yeah, we're fighting the good fight. I mean, I think it's often quite difficult. I think the hardest market is the UK. I mean, it often feels like we have to play the role of a VC to see whether the retailer on the other side who wants to work with us is going to exist in a few months or not. So case in point for us last year was House of Fraser. So, you know, we started a big digital transformation project with them, and a few weeks later they were bust. So
not your fault.
Not our fault at all. But it has led us to basically really think about who are the big guys out in the different markets. And you now, certainly in India, you've got a duopoly situation of Amazon versus Flipkart in the apparel space.
Gus, your business story?
So we are a design-to-delivery digital sourcing platform for SMEs in the fashion and homeware space, working with both brands and manufacturers to basically help them build faster, leaner and more responsible supply chains. We started off very much as a cross-border business to start with basically the co-founders being between the UK and India at all times. And so have grown our teams in both locations from the start, which has had its challenges, but is also kind of what makes our business unique, we believe. And we work with about 50 different manufacturers all across India, helping them to basically digitize what they're doing inside the factories and actually just help bring brands and manufacturers much closer together.
So when we talk about a tech partnership between India and the UK, what does that mean in practical terms for both of you?
I mean, I think certainly from my viewpoint, it's trying to make things easier, right? So doing business easier. So right in the early days, just getting to India and back, getting a visa, getting the letter, going to the embassy to get that sorted, that was just like pain and friction. When you're a startup and you want to move quickly, you want to basically try and remove as many barriers to friction as possible. Things have got a lot better. They still are quite painful with the e-visa, but it's a lot better than it used to be. Even just things as like flights and the ability to get to Bangalore more easily has improved over the years. And I think just that sense of general visibility, and often I think actually talking up the relationships and opportunities can be a self-fulfilling prophecy in the same way that when I started in Shoreditch, there was no tech city. And I think a few months later, I think originally somebody came to my office wanting to create an event, and I think it was a sub-minister level event, and over the course of a couple of days it became a David Cameron level event, and Tech City was born as a means of
which would you have preferred? Yeah.
Well, actually, I mean, I think in the end it's been good, but the rents have gone up so much that I can't afford to be in Shoreditch anymore. So there you go.
What does the partnership mean to you?
I think it kind of depends why you're going there. I mean, for us, it's always been between the two nations, and so we believe that we're building a solution for both sides of the marketplace, for the brands and the manufacturers. And so when we look at at building tech? Well, we need to really have people in market that understand the customer and are able to translate that into a product that is going to work well. And so, whereas other people might say, be a kind of UK-based company and say, right, we're going to outsource our tech to India for various reasons. For us, it's very much this is the best place for us to be doing it because the knowledge is there, the understanding of the customer, and yeah, so that's for us kind of a big driver.
I'm just thinking, when we talk about deepening this tech partnership, how is that to be achieved? What impact do we think that is likely to have?
So I think we've got a fair amount of road left to run in the partnership in its current guise first. So like I've said, we'd like to establish the hub for a range of them for exactly these two, for these two guys on the stage, because the very idea is to make that entry into India easier, because although India has shot up on ease of doing business rankings, it's still a bloody difficult place to do business. I don't think there is anyone who's entered the market, exited them, and the first thing I say to companies who come and talk to my department about entering tech or not tech India is be prepared to invest, be prepared to spend time there, and basically be prepared to fail. So I think, and hopefully many of them don't, but so it's creating a series of genuine platforms for innovation to flourish, and I don't think we're there yet, and I think we will. The second bit is much more around sort of government to government, which I don't sort of need to get into because I think it'd be quite boring, but actually to get the Indian government to realise that the UK, as it exits the EU, will be a more serious digital tech partner. I think we're in a good place with London Tech Week just concluded. The world's focus was on London as a technology destination. Read all the stats about London and wider UK and a digital business. And then I think probably the next stage will be looking at genuine sectors where I think the UK has an added advantage. So when if you talk to Indian government and Indian financial services companies about cybersecurity, they still talk about Israel because Israel's model is right, because they incubate lots of Indian startups, they bring them to Israel, and they genuinely teach them what their domestic requirements are. And I think that's the kind of deep relationship that we probably want to get to. We're not there yet, but I think that's the kind of, that's where I'd want it to go. And just my final point is I think India Inc. has a massive amount of confidence in the UK as a destination for innovation, for electric vehicles, for all the sort of stuff that we've talked about this afternoon. But it just requires us all to just, give it a bit of an extra push at the moment. So.
Yeah, I think for me it's about how do you enable engagement at a much sort of more grassroots level, and actually, I've been through the process of saying, right, we want to hire people, and I'm probably more experienced and more au fait with how India works than a lot of UK businesses might be, but still the actual process of going about doing that is very much sort of personally driven. I think that it would be great to see more being done to actually enable startups at a very early stage to explore these options and have the access, have more exchanges. I would say that one of the things that has enabled us to kind of form those relationships is actually the kind of very simple things of just getting more people in a room together and being able to kind of go and work out of India. And I think the huge rise of even just more kind of co-working spaces coming up in India has been hugely beneficial, because it gives a kind of destination for people to go and start making relationships, because that inevitably is what's actually going to enable people to build there.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what Gus is saying. Like, we can talk about digital all day long, but everything is around people, business is around people. And enabling that interchange and the ability for people to connect is the key thing to make business a success. So that is, be that taking away the friction for people from here to get there, and likewise, actually, we can't forget that, for them to come here too. So we've often been stuck on the other bit of like, how do we get them back over to our side to understand what we're doing? And likewise, a lot of things have changed. Like, it's easier now. Like, I had a colleague who was out there for a year using WeWork. There's been so many of these entrepreneurial businesses start up that she could rent all of her furniture through an app. She could, there were all these different things. So the ability to set up through these new businesses that have started is actually really easy. And the thing to remember as well is that India is a lot easier than China, right? So, and it's a fast-growing country. The one thing actually which still probably is a bit similar to China in that sense, when I talked before about duopoly, there's still a huge concentration of where the sort of big power bases are in terms of doing business. So penetrating those, it's similar in South Korea, it's similar in Japan. Penetrating into those power bases are quite hard. So help from organizations in terms of like, how do you navigate into the right people to spend the time and then invest in building those relationships is still quite needed.
And that's partly the role that the consulate and the High Commission and others bring along, is the opening of doors that otherwise may not be open.
I mean, the point I would add is that it's, despite what people say about China, the largest diplomatic footprint that HMG has in the world is actually in India. 9 offices, all of them have a significant trade and innovation footprint. But it is very competitive. I mean, India's fastest growing G20 economy. I think post the current thumping election victory, I do think that probably India, can choose from many, many very tech-savvy suitors. And the UK needs to fight very hard. So that, you're right, I mean, that network is absolutely critical. And then the additional network that we will build, which is absolutely focused on technology and will be manned by experts in tech, not people like me, know nothing about technology, but actual experts, homegrown, who can actually unlock that new offer.
Because the point of collaboration is that both partners in it benefit.
Yeah.
But if India has the superior expertise, what is it that Britain is bringing to the partnership?
That's a very good question. I think that the UK will bring access to global markets via the UK, building on that really successful 40, 50-year-old FDI relationship between the two countries. I think it will bring with it a commitment to deepening at a government-to-government level cooperation in cybersecurity and defence in the way that the French and the Israelis and others have done very, very well. And I think those two things in and of themselves aren't enough, but I think they will bring us a long way down the path of ensuring that the UK's footprint in India when it comes to technology-driven businesses is as strong as the tech titans that I described in my article at IGB yesterday. The tech titans who are already here, who you've been speaking to pretty much for the last couple of days.
A collaboration also requires both parties in it to learn from each other. Is that happening?
I think that needs to happen much more than it currently is, actually. I think that's, again, a very good question. I think, we are seeing a significant sort of refocus and a re-uplift, if that is such a word, of Indian students coming back to the UK, picking up new kinds of skills here. We are, so that's one part of it, and I think that's likely to grow. I think with some of the changes that are going to hopefully come into the India-UK partnership, which were talked about yesterday around post-study work, etc., that sort of collaboration is likely to increase.
Sorry, go on.
What I was going to say is like one of the things that I definitely do notice about the relationship, often it is companies from abroad basically using India for labour arbitrage, right? So high skills labour arbitrage. And often then you get a lot of Indian companies who are very focused on the home opportunity, which is like high growth. The cross-pollination doesn't actually happen that often. So it's a sense of like, well, you've got the labour arbitrage and the learning of making something work at scale. Actually, the thing to do then is to make that global. And even with the likes of Flipkart, etc., Flipkart is focused on India, right? Not really anywhere else. And Walmart actually wants them to be focused on India. But there's a lot of stuff they're doing which, given their ability to do stuff at low cost and at high skill at low cost, UK can help that go global. And I think there's the combination of those different skill sets and those understandings, which I think is a big opportunity which is being missed currently.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's important that you don't look at tech in a silo. And actually, there's a lot of cross-border learnings that can happen from the kind of whole startup methodologies. And I think that's something that's key to focus on. You say, what can each side get out of it? Well, you know, there's a lot of learnings that the UK can take from how engineers are trained and work in India, but equally some of the sort of leading methodologies of how to approach problems and how to solve and the kind of collaboration between teams. That's definitely something that can also, India can learn from the UK as well.
In terms of how both of you manage your partnerships, your businesses, what are the most important lessons that you've learned that can be passed on as advice to other companies?
I think for us, one of the most important is that there is always this cross-pollination between the two nations. So although we have offices in London and in Mumbai, we have a company policy that every single employee should always spend time in both offices throughout the year to make sure that you are still this one unit and it's not this sort of just divided system where you're kind of exploiting each nation for what's seen as their kind of speciality. I think that by having that collaboration, you end up as a much richer and better company.
I think high touch is always more important than you realise. So you can take things for granted, you think stuff's going fine, and you're not getting out there enough, and you always learn way more each time basically you get together. And I think also just trying to understand those cultural differences of people being eager to please and not giving you the problems. So that's often the case, and you want to dig deeper to say, look, it's not that I'm just telling you to do something or vice versa. It's like, how can we work together? How can we basically, 1 + 1 = 3, like rather than just 1 + 1 = 3.
Have you looked at other companies and seen how they manage this and thought, that's a very good thing to do, we're going to copy that, or we're going to try a version of that for ourselves?
Not one off the top of my head, no.
It's fine. But they're
both so good.
Yeah, well, they are excellent examples in their own right, of course. But that's sort of going back to the bigger picture. That's the importance of a partnership, that shared learning across both nations, but also within companies in each nation.
Yeah, exactly. So I suppose the flip side to your question, or the counterfactual, is whereas in the past there was a perception that the big Indian tech players in the UK were, technology services driven, a new contract, and they expand. With some of the recent acquisitions like Brilliant Basics and Infi, actually, that it's becoming a lot more integrated. Actually, so that maybe we could learn from some of the big Indian players here in the UK as well. Actually,
you talked about what India can bring to the partnership, what the UK brings to the partnership, but behind that is a suggestion that India has her pick. There are other nations that India could is forming partnerships with. There's nothing particularly special about the arrangement with the UK. Am I reading too much into that?
No, I think on technology, look, we are the first country to develop such a rich future-focused technology partnership. We spent the last year making the Whitehall bit of it work. As you can imagine, Whitehall's been pretty introverted recently. Making sure the money's in the right place, making sure we're looking at the right sectors. I think we're on the cusp of now operationalising it, both in the regions and in relation to some of the structures I've described. But, we need to move very quickly because I suspect that the Koreans and the Australians and the Israelis are already there. I think they will all bring different models and they have different areas. I think the pie is big enough for everyone. But you're absolutely right. There are others champing at the bit to get some of that action. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. An interesting combination of theory and practice together in one discussion. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we move on now from talking about the relationship. That's fine. The relationship, that might have been valuable. I should have had a look at what was in there before handing it over to you. The relationship and the partnership between the UK and India, to looking at the tech ecosystem within India itself and how it is to be nurtured and how that fuels fast growth in the wider economy. And I'm delighted that we're going to hear some thoughts on that from the Chief Executive of Niti Aayog, and that is Amitabh Kant, who joined us on video link. Good afternoon, good evening. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening.
Carry on, sir. You have some things you want to tell us. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fine.
Finding the technology is delightful.
There's some disturbance.
That's fine. We are waiting on you, sir. You carry on.
Okay, so you guys are working pretty hard in this conference while there's a fascinating cricket match going on where India is taking on West Indies. And there's some very fascinating, really interesting cricket to be watched, actually. But I'm delighted to be here and delighted to talk to you because my belief always has been that India and UK are natural partners in matters of technology, in driving growth, in building up the right ecosystem for startups. India is growing at about 7.5% per annum. Its challenge is to grow at even higher rates of 9 to 10%. The mandate for Prime Minister Modi is to make India grow at higher rates and to be able to lift a very young population above the poverty line. So the Prime Minister is focused on making India very easy and simple. India has scrapped a number of rules, regulations, procedures. It's scrapped about 1,400 laws. And it's jumped up about 65 positions in the ease of doing business. It's also opened up its economy at a point of time when everyone is talking about protectionism. India has opened up its economy for foreign direct investment from across the world. It's in the last 4 years, it's been one of the highest recipients of foreign direct investments. Its FDI has grown by year after year by about close to 45% per annum at a point of time when FDI across the world has fallen. Thirdly, we've been able to create a very unique system of startups. We've been able to create an ecosystem where young startups, investors, industries, academia, all have worked together to drive innovation and growth. We are the only country in the world with 1 billion mobile. We're also the only country in the world with 1 billion biometric. And we're the only country in the world with 1 billion bank accounts. So this is what we call as the Jam Trinity. We've used the power of technology to really drive growth. In vast number of government schemes, we've used the power of transferring money to the last man on the ground using technology. And if you look at it, the government is over 500 schemes use technology to ensure that there are no leakages for which India was earlier famous for, is brought in a huge amount of productive efficiency. But what have we done technologically? In India today, 99.7% of the people pay tax online. Nobody pays physically. Nobody pays through paper. Everything is digital. And 95% of this gets settled in almost a period of 3 to 4 months. We've just rolled out one tax across the economy called the Goods and Services Tax, which has replaced 17 taxes in India, made things easier. It's all paperless, cashless. The Goods and Services Tax is paperless and cashless. The government has just brought in this new health insurance scheme called the Ayushman Bharat, which covers 500 million Indians. That's more than the population of USA, Europe, and Mexico put together. It's totally paperless, cashless. It's portable. You can move from one state of India to other. And India is bigger than 24 countries of Europe, plus another 30,000 kilometers. But it's all cashless and paperless. We have, within the government, we have the PFMS system, which is totally digital. You can track government payments to the last person, all digital. So across health, across taxation, we made India use technology and digitization in a big way. And I think that's been the driving force. This focus on technology and digital India has enabled a new generation also of socially focused startups, which are laying emphasis on solutions at scale for socially relevant sectors in India, across healthcare, across agriculture, across education. And social innovation. You know, we recently had this case where Walmart has bought Flipkart for about $20 billion in India, $21 billion. But it's not just in e-commerce. I mean, a lot of disruption, a lot of innovation is happening across social innovation sectors, across health, education, agriculture. Just to give you an example, you know, healthcare in India, for example, it faces a huge challenge of access, of affordability and availability of quality practitioners and hospitals, issues that can be addressed to some extent through technology intervention. Look at a case of a startup like SIGTuple. It's addressing the issue of access through intelligent screening. It ensures quick diagnosis. It has developed a low-cost system for performing basic screening and advanced diagnosis of blood, urine, semen samples, along with X-rays and retinal scans. And SIGTuple's AI algorithms can analyze patient samples, send them to a pathologist for review, then send final results back to the point of care in exactly 5 minutes' time. That's the kind of disruption that is brought about. There's another company called Tricog, which is solving the problem of availability of using, it uses artificial intelligence to provide real-time cardiac diagnosis through cloud-based ECG machines installed at health centers. The Tricog aids doctors in detecting heart complications faster, and the diagnosis is shared with both the patient and doctor on a real-time basis. And if one of India's biggest challenges in terms of technology is the agriculture sector, where the commitment is to double farmers' income by 2022. And we are pushing technology-enabled solutions which are aiding this absolutely precision farming in a big way. So just to give you an example of one of our startups, Satco, which has pioneered the use of big data analytics and machine learning in agriculture sector in India. And that Satco uses a combination of satellite and weather data and information captured through IoT devices and drones to provide answers on crop volume, crop health, yield, suggested harvesting data, etc. Satco, it recently developed a tremendous emergency flood portal when we had the Kerala floods. And it built models for crop damage due to Cyclone Titli in several parts of India. We have another agri-tech company called Vasar Labs, which uses AI and IoT to develop water management and agriculture advisory services. It uses a combination of satellite-based data weather advisory on soil moisture and other IoT sensors. It predicts provides agriculture advisory on crop water for the next 10 days, amount of water needed for a normal yield. It gives you the date of sowing, exact date of sowing, and gives you advisory on pests, diseases, forecast, and crop acreage estimate. I just wanted to touch upon education a little bit on how we are using technology. One of the challenges in India is to improve learning outcomes. We've been able to provide access of education for all, but we need to improve learning outcomes. And we have the challenge of availability of quality teachers. And we have a young girl called Aditi who runs a startup called Imbibe, which uses advanced AI for focusing on maximizing learning outcomes at the individual students level. So what Aditi has done through Imbibe in Rajasthan is to track every single student in every single subject. Maths, physics, chemistry, and students who lag behind, then it looks at, it works on students' behavior traits, it sets goals for improving their results, and it uses a smart test generation system combined with intelligent content ingestion to push results. And using AI, it has helped students to improve across sectors in a very big way. In a very, very big way. It has made a huge, huge impact. And therefore, what you're seeing in India, one of our girls, Pranshu Bhandari, actually, she started teaching Japanese and Mandarin, but soon realized that the demand was for teaching English. And last year, in 1 year, through an app called Hello English, she's taught 9 million Indians how to speak English. No school, no college has been able to do it, what a young startup has done. So I wanted to give you this broad perspective of how startups in India are disrupting the existing systems in India and using technology to leapfrog. India has become a highly innovative society because we have close to about 1,100 multinational corporations who relocated their engineering R&D in India, and much of the frugal engineering in the world is happening from India. As you look at GE's latest ECG machine, the low-cost ECG machine, they've innovated and invented it at $3,500, enabling them to do ECG for $1 instead of $35, which they used to do from India. John Deere's latest 60 HP tractor was innovated here. Samsung's 2G, 3G, 4G was innovated here. SAP's entire software for the fashion world, all the fashion houses in the world which they use has been developed and innovated here in India. And a vast number of unique innovations have been done in India. You're starting with IBM, Cisco, all the top companies of the world are actually innovating in India for India and for the rest of the world. So I think there's a huge opportunity for India and UK, which are natural partners, to work together. India is a democracy. It has massive demands. It has a huge market. And I would like British companies, high-tech companies, to come and work with us. We would welcome them, and we'd like to work collaborative partnership to drive growth in a vast range of areas, particularly defense, manufacturing. We are disrupting ourselves a vast range of areas. Look at mobility, for instance, transportation. We are convinced ourselves that the era belongs to the world of shared, connected, and electric mobility. And the government is pushing the policy towards that. And what we are going to see in India is that in India, about 70% of the transportation is through three-wheelers and two-wheelers. And our challenge is that by 2023, all three-wheelers on the roads must be electric. We are going to move from 2,000 parts to 20 parts. And there's a huge opportunity for technological leapfrogging here. We are pushing that by 2025, all two-wheelers will be electric in India. And therefore, there's a massive opportunity in terms of manufacturing, in terms of chargers, in terms of battery, in terms of evolving a new transportation system for India. Also on buses, we are pushing for CNG, LNG, we are pushing for battery swapping, and therefore these are vast opportunities. So I would suggest that defense, high-tech, manufacturing, AI, blockchain, These are the areas of growth, transportation, mobility. These are vast areas which are getting disrupted using high technology in India. And we would like British companies to come and collaborate with us, work with us. And I think India's challenge really is to use technology to leapfrog, as we've done in the case of biometric, and as we've done in the case of mobile telephones. We made a quantum jump, and we are going to make this quantum jump. We are also committed to about 175 gigawatt of solar power. So we pushed, we've already, to meet this challenge of 175 gigawatt, we are pushing for storage batteries in a very big way. And storage battery cuts across both solar as well as transportation. So these are new areas of growth, and we would really like British companies to collaborate, come and manufacture here, partner Indian companies, and you have a vast domestic market of India of 1.3 billion people. But when you look at the Indian market, its requirement on health, education, mobility is not the market of 1.3 billion people, but it's the market of 7.5 billion people who will be moving from poverty to middle class in the next decade and a half. If you're able to penetrate Indian market, you're not penetrating India, but you're penetrating the global market, 7.5 billion people in the world. And we'd like British companies and the high-tech companies to kindly collaborate with us in doing this. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Kant, thank you very much. That was quite the sales pitch. We are very grateful to him for joining us today at our conference on Video Link. So that brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the final element of our conference, our time together today. We're going to look at the irony of India. So I say a welcome back to those who have joined us from other sessions and events that have been taking place elsewhere in the building. Some of them will still continue to join us as we continue with our conversation, so we will welcome them as and when they arrive. Those of you who've been here all the way through this afternoon, thank you very much for staying with us. We're going to conclude our time together now with this blockbuster discussion. The journey of India has been as fascinating as it has been frustrating for many of its well-wishers, and we're going to get some perspectives on this through the lens of two personal journeys. We've invited two seasoned and respected thinkers to consider what the future holds for what will become soon the most populous nation on earth. So I'm delighted to invite to the stage to join us and to share their recollections and perspectives the National General Secretary of the BJP, Ram Madhav, and the distinguished foreign correspondent and long-time New Delhi Bureau Chief for the BBC, Sir Mark Tully. Give them both a round of applause. You okay? Yes. Mark, just before you sit down. Gentlemen, thank you both very much. Your participation is incredibly welcome in this discussion as well, so I will invite you to make your observations and ask your questions and share your recollections as well. So Mark, for many in this room, myself included, your dispatches from India over a lifetime are the stuff of legend. You are the chronicler of the nation. What does modern India look like to you?
Well, that's a huge question. But I think modern India, I first came to Delhi in 1965, so I've seen huge, huge changes. I think modern India, to me, looks like a country which, as Amitabh Kant has just told you, has a huge, huge potential, but also has enormous problems which have to be resolved. The basic problem, of course, is the problem still of people who are not living a satisfactory living standard, particularly the problem of malnutrition, which is widespread among the poorest people of the country. I think also that, and I wrote a book about this many years ago called No Full Stops in India, where I said India needed to throw off the colonial legacy and become an India which was Indian. And when I wrote that book, I was interviewed by one of the harshest interviewers in Delhi, Karan Thapa, and he said, "You are trying to pull India back into a golden age which never existed." And I said, "I'm not trying to pull India back into a golden age, but I do believe India is India. I do believe India is special. I do believe India has a huge contribution to make, particularly in the field of pluralism, religious pluralism, how to live plural lives." So I said to Karan Thapa, I said, in Hindi, I said to him, "Aap kya chahta hai, Asli Bharat or Nakli America?" And I said to him, "What do you want, a true India or a fake America?" And I still have the fear that if we are not careful, India will be dragged the way of becoming a Nakli America.
Ram, I will get your perspectives on this in a moment or so, but I just want to ask Mark to continue with his recollections. You first went to India, you first reported from India in which year?
First really 1966. Yeah.
Describe from the best of your recollection the India then.
The India then, well, not a happy place to have recollections of. It was a country which was suffering from a grave economic crisis, suffering from a grave food crisis as well, was described as living from ship to mouth. Consumer goods were in such short supply that diplomats were able to sell their second-hand underwear when they would leave the country and second-hand lipstick. And it was a country which was largely written off by really. It was hardly any new foreign investment, and many of the old companies were pulling out. So it's a huge change from there to what you're hearing about today.
And you have seen
Yes,
generations of
I've
change.
seen. Yes, I have seen this.
More than many, if you don't mind me observing. How would you?
I don't know whether I've benefited from it. I've seen it.
How would you describe those changes? What have you seen?
Well, I used to have a real battle with the BBC, because I used to tell her
we all had
that. I used to tell her that the vulture is not the national bird of India, because whenever television teams came to India, they would look out for vultures as a symbol of sort of poverty, hopelessness, and all the rest of it. And I said to people, the peacock is more the national bird of India than the vulture, because the peacock is a very, very beautiful bird. So I've seen the attitude of the press change a lot to India. I've seen so many things change in the sense of, I think it was you, Ram, who said some rude remarks about Khan Market, didn't you? Well, Khan Market is a fashionable market in India. And one of the changes I've seen, of course, is all these brands and all these fashionable things you can buy there. And that changed the level of literacy, and a huge change with the telephones, of course, and the mobile phones. Everyone, you see the man sweeping the street, and he'll have a smartphone. I don't happen to have one, but there we are.
Do you think India is a happier place? It's clearly richer, clearly immensely technologically advanced? Is it happier?
Well, I think a big thing which has happened in India is India has become, and Indians have become much, much more aspirational. And of course, with that aspiration comes for many of them frustration because they're not able to earn the money they want or find the jobs they want. And that's why, as again, Ram knows much better than I can, one of the big emphasis in India has been and still is on creating jobs.
Ram Madhav, how does modern India look to you?
I was born when Mark started reporting about India. He has reported about India in all these years, and I have lived through that change. 21st century India is markedly different from 20th century India, which of course, as Mark really rightly mentioned, is very different. It's aspirational, it's ambitious, it is, I don't want to use the word aggressive, but definitely proactive. It is restless. Change is visible to people who know India. Through their naked eyes, it is visible. You see it in people, you see it on the ground. We have broken many conventions, established conventions. Indian democracy is a much more mature democracy today. Commentators like Mark would vouch for it. We used to think that in India, an average voter is always influenced by the fault lines of caste, religion, etc., or money. But today, the new India is different. No caste works, no religion works, no money works. Aspirations matter. For a what you call as an unruly element, for a bully, it is just not possible to win any election in India anymore. It's a mature electorate. It is an awakened India that is in front of us today. I just talked about politics, but in every field, you see a lot of change happening, a lot of new things happening, the aspirational India rising. There was a lot of talk about innovation in last two sessions. The innovation need not be at the all India level, at the global level, what you see. In an average Indian village, innovation is happening today. I can cite any number of examples. A boy who failed in his undergraduate course in Rajasthan developed a wheel that can remotely run the tractor in his father's farm field so that his father need not toil in the sun. He can sit under a tree and run his tractor remotely. It's a very localized innovation, but an undergraduate failed student is innovating it. This is the level of aspiration, this is the level of ambition today you see in India. Mark me, in India today, the fight is no longer about rights. You know, unfortunately, because there was a reference to Khan market, so-called consensus, which has become Khan market cacophony nowadays. Their discourse is outdated today. The Dalit in India, the scheduled caste in India, is no longer talking about this right or that right. He is actually talking about his participation, his role. He wants to be a partner in the growth story. He wants to be a decision maker. No longer about right to have food with others, right to live with others equally. These are all taken. These are all given. So a new India, which is missed out by many people who fail to understand India's contemporary reality. That new India is what we see today. I see a lot of change sweeping across the whole country.
To borrow Sir Mark's phrase, is 21st century India India, or is it mini America?
Oh no. In fact, 21st century India is definitely no mini any country. 21st century India is going to be the real Bharat. It will inherit its grand old civilizational values, grow on that strength, present a new model. Yesterday there was one very important reference in one of the speeches that when India grows, it grows in a different way. India's growth trajectory need not necessarily be same as a European country or a Western country, an America. Its growth trajectory will be different. It is very Indian. That's why I said when it grows, it will become more of a Bharat, the very Indian name of India, than a mini America or any other country. I just want to make one small submission. You asked if Indians are happier today. Definitely, very happy Indians are much more happier than before because they experience this change in their daily lives. I would say they are happier and they are clear in their minds about what their future is in store, what their present is all about. Than probably, don't take me otherwise, people in UK who are not able to decide on one important question. Years on. We are very clear who we want. We decided, period. We gave power to somebody. We said, you rule this country. They're very clear, they're very happy.
The discussion, the subtitle for the discussion is The Irony of India. And I think part of the thinking behind that is whether there is a conflict between progress, technological advance, modernization, and traditional cultures, Indian identity. Is there a conflict?
I don't see any conflict between these two things. India is always a very adaptive society. It has always been very adaptive to change. So whatever modern development that is happening in India, as I said, it is different from how it is happening elsewhere, what is happening elsewhere. It is different. It is very much Indian. We are taking ideas from everywhere. We are applying to Indian reality based on Indian experience. So I do not see really any conflict between the modernity and the traditional value system that India is always known for.
Sir Mark.
Well, I wouldn't entirely agree there. I do agree with the fact that, of course, India made tremendous progress, tremendous changes. But I think if you look at the middle classes in India, if you look at the car markets, shopping centers, and all the rest of it, you see the danger of consumerism, which is something which I believe personally is something which encourages greed, and greed is totally alien to all religions, including, of course, Hinduism. The other thing I would say is that I would like to see India demonstrate manifestly its great tradition of religious pluralism, because this is something which is hugely wanted in the world today. And India has this tradition. And you know, India, we have wonderful different Hindu traditions. We also have different Islamic traditions. And to illustrate this to you, where I live in Nizamuddin, there's an Islamic Sufi tradition in a shrine in Nizamuddin, where Muslims say prayers to the shrine and listen to music, which is totally alien to the Islam most of you hear about, the Wahhabite type Islam, which is represented by the Tablighi movement right next door to the shrine of the saint. So what I'm saying is that this tradition is there in all religions in India. In my religion, in Christianity, we're proud to say that the first reunion of the Anglican Church with other Protestant churches took place in India, in the Church of South India. And this is the tradition I think India should present to the world. And recently we tried, without success, to organize a conference of religious leaders on environment. Because Amitav Ghosh, in a book he wrote on the environment, had said that the loudest voice there could be on environment is the voice of religious organizations. And we thought that India would be the ideal place to hold this because of its ancient tradition of pluralism, because of its present tradition of pluralism, in that, as I've said, the different ways the faiths are behaving, and of course, in the way that the Indian culture has always had a profound respect for nature and has always regarded ourselves as part of one great unity rather than ourselves as being dominant over nature. So that's what I would really like to see.
Do you think that religious pluralism, as you describe, is weaker today than it has been?
No, I don't think at present it is weakened, but I do think that, and with great respect to Ram and to the RSS, I do think that we need to make sure that influential organizations like the RSS are seen as promoting religious pluralism. And the government itself is seen to be, as Ram said, not conducting its politics or its governance on religious lines. Now, I don't know what Ram would say for that.
No, absolutely. Nobody can disagree with the fact that the Indian culture has always upheld the idea of Bahudha, what you describe in English as pluralism. Teaching pluralism to India is like carrying coal to Newcastle. We have been pluralist. India is India because of its tradition of not just pluralism in the sense that multiple things coexist, but in the sense that we validate, respect, and celebrate diversity. That is our tradition. Mark talked about the mosque in Nizamuddin area. I can give you the example of a synagogue right in the middle of a predominantly Muslim area in Mumbai. Only possible in India. Because of that age-old tradition of respect and celebration of diversity. So, as long as that culture is there in India, there is no challenge or no threat to pluralism in India at all. Having said it, I must underscore one point. Pluralism cannot be a one-way street. If you expect one community to practice pluralism, you must also expect everybody else to follow pluralism. You can't say that I will follow my own path and expect all others to be pluralist. It doesn't work that way, not just in India, anywhere in the world. So everybody should be pluralist in his thinking, in his approach. That is what is Indian culture all about.
What do you have in mind when you say that? Who was that remark aimed at?
Those who do not believe in pluralism, aimed at them. There are people who do not believe in the very idea of pluralism. My God is the only God. My God is the only right, true God. Whoever believes in it, whoever refuses to respect other practices, other ways, other religions, is an enemy of pluralism. So Indian tradition teaches everybody. That is why I gave you the example of a synagogue in the midst of a Muslim locality in India. Because that is what Indian culture teaches, irrespective of your religion. It teaches that you have to respect the validity of all religions, not tolerate them. Tolerance is arrogance. I tolerate you are a bad fellow, still I tolerate you. We said no, not just tolerance, you have to respect it. You have to validate it and respect it. Yes, I am right, you are also right. That is Indian tradition.
Well, Ram, I just say one thing. In Nizamuddin, where I live, there's a fine Islamic scholar who you know.
I know very well.
Maulana Wahid
Wahiduddin Khan.
The Maulana Sahib, he always says, I took a Christian bishop to meet him, the Bishop of Kingston, and the Maulana Sahib always says, I believe Islam is the truth, but I have a deep respect for all other religions. And I think that's as far as you can expect people to go. You cannot have a pluralism where you say everyone should believe in one thing, be it Hinduism, be it Christianity, be it whatever it is. Although in theocratic societies people try and do that, but thank God India is not a theocratic society. But what you can have, and what I believe you have more than perhaps you believe, is you have a society, a country, where people are, for the most part, saying, this is the way I'm a Hindu, that man there is a different Hindu, this is the way I'm a Muslim, that man there is a different Muslim. I really believe you have that, basically.
Absolutely. Maulana Wahiduddin Khan has attended many RSS conclaves for his belief in respect for different faiths.
Yes.
That is precisely what I said is the Indian way. The very traditional, the culture that you talked about, that is what Indian culture stands for. And you have been in India for many years. You chose one example. If you wanted, you could have chosen other examples in India. I know that. There are Wahiduddin Khans and there are just the opposites in India. That's a different story. But as I said, irrespective of one's personal religion, the belief in that ancient Indian dictum that we should not only tolerate, again, my problem is, my God is right, okay, I will tolerate you. That is not India. India is, my God is right, but your God is also right. I not only tolerate, I validate your religion, I celebrate it. Can we reach that level? That is what we call as Sarva Pantha Samadar. We don't just call it pluralism. And I don't think there is any English equivalent word for what we call as Sarva Pantha Samadar.
Sure. The reason this is topical, partly, is because there is commentary, you will have seen it in some of the media, that the current government of India attaches more importance to religion and religious difference than previous governments did.
No, as I said, many times those who cannot fully appreciate Indian cultural traits tend to misunderstand India. I often quote one statement by Walt Anderson. He used to say that it is very difficult to understand the Indian culture and very easy to misunderstand it. People tend to misunderstand the things that happen in India. Our government never discriminates against anybody on the basis of religion at all, period. Religion is never the basis for any policy of our government. Our Prime Minister repeatedly talks about the welfare of 101.3 billion people. The presentation sometimes given to the audience outside is mostly not based on facts.
Well, Ram, I was talking last time today to a physicist who's also a Sanskritist and a scholar. And he was complaining to me and say, why does the press talk about Modi as a great divider and that sort of thing? And I said, I agree as to someone who's a journalist. I've always tried to do balanced journalism. I'm wearing this waistcoat today. Do you know why? Because it
It's
could
called
be called
Modi.
no, because it'd be called a Nehru coat or a Modi coat
Modi coat.
nowadays. So I've always tried to retain this balance. But you know, you as a government, I believe, and you as the RS, I believe, have to make manifestly clear that when things like lynching do occur, when the Muslims have the caps torn off their heads and that sort of thing, I'm not saying it happens that many times. It doesn't happen that many times, considering the huge population. But to my mind, you have to realize the impact of just one lynching alone. And you have to make sure then that your government, in every way possible, condemns that lynching, including public statements about it.
India is a country with 1.3 billion population. We ideally expect the whole country to be ever perpetually peaceful. In spite of our best efforts, there could be one or two instances of different nature of violence which are immediately taken care of. In India, law and order is a state subject. The concerned states take immediate steps, immediate measures to punish the culprits, whoever are indulging in such acts. But I can tell you, there is a disproportionate propaganda about each such incident. Many times, the incident is purely of a law and order nature, purely. It has no religious overtones. Sometimes the victim happens to be a Hindu. Then, including Mr. Tully, everybody will be silent. Nobody will talk about that incident. Then that is not highlighted anywhere in BBC's reporting and all that. But suppose he happens to be from any other religion. I'm saying even if he is of no religion, he is an atheist, he should be highlighted. But simple law and order problems are also sometimes exaggerated as though the whole country is going after a particular religion and all that. Whereas the reality is, the whole country is standing by the policies and programs of this government. And this party, this government, has secured the most inclusive mandate ever in this country. 17 big states in India have given 50 to 53% popular vote to Modi. This is across religion. Muslims, Christians, Hindus, everybody voted for him. It's an inclusive vote. I'm not for a moment supporting any bad incident of violence happening anywhere in the country. The government's act. People are arrested, people are punished. But we expect that every time something happens, Prime Minister should give a statement, then only we will be happy. It doesn't work that way in India. Please be assured, in India, everybody will be secure. Everybody's life will be safe, secure. And I tell you, they will be more secure than people in many European countries today.
Okay,
they will be happy.
Let's talk about India's place in the world and India's strategic relationships with some nations, partnership, with others, competition. For example, China. What is India's current thinking, current relationship with China?
In the last 5 years, in fact, I talked about it yesterday also, I think. In the last 5 years, we have practiced a slightly different kind of foreign policy in which we have dehyphenated our relationships with different countries. The result is today we have fairly good, stable relations with China on one hand and of course USA on the other hand. One major factor that has helped us in maintaining stable relations with China has been the personal equation between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping. Last 5 years have seen us coming together on a number of occasions. We are working together in the regional forums like SCO. We have been able to manage the borders quite well in last 5 years. I am an avid China watcher. I have seen so much of turbulence happening on India-China border, India-Tibet border in the past, but in the last 5 years, especially after the Doklam settlement, things have been very normal. We haven't heard much about incursions. That shows that on both sides there is a realization that we have to work together, that is in the interest of both the countries. We have fairly good relations with China today.
Well, yes, I certainly agree that India's relations have changed. And I certainly agree that Mr. Modi has done remarkable things, traveling around the world, building up relations with different foreign leaders. The problem with Pakistan continues, and I can understand the Indian attitude that until Pakistan stops promoting violence, there can be no talks. I personally wish India would take the initiative, but that's a different matter. But on China, I was recently attending the launching of a book on the McMahon Line, the line drawn by the Simla Conference in 1914. And at that launch, I was on the panel, and I put forward the proposal. I said that I think that Mr. Modi, who likes to have big achievements to his name, might well, because of his good relationship with the Chinese leader, might well be the one person, because also he has the political strength at home to cope with any backlash to this, might be the person to reach an agreement on the Chinese border based on the agreement which was twice offered by Deng Xiaoping and Chiang Kai-shek years back now. But the agreement basically is the border in the west, India surrenders the Aksai Chin to China, and in the east, China agrees on the McMahon Line. And I think that's a possibility, but Ram knows much more than I do.
No, I don't want to give any view on such sensitive issues, but on a lighter note, you see, what I grab is mine, what yours will be settled in the agreement. It doesn't work that way. So anyway, having said it, right now we are at a stage where we are delineating the line of actual control. There is what we call as line of actual control post the 1962 war between India and China. There are disputes over line of actual control also. So we are right now in the process of finalizing that LAC. Once LAC is finalized, we will certainly discuss about the status of Aksai Chin, because it was, history tells us that it was occupied in a continuous long aggression which went on until 1962. So right now the challenge for India is to finally come to an agreement on LAC. There are a few spots which we have to still finally agree upon. Once that happens, we have to make sure we both countries maintain peace along LAC pending the final settlement, final border settlement.
We have seen China expand its economic influence around the globe, particularly with the Belt and Road Initiative. Does India view that as a strategic threat, or are you largely indifferent to it? Or would you like to be part of it?
We are not a part of the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. One is a very important sovereignty related question. A part of the BRI passes through the Pak occupied Kashmir. Any effort to join BRI automatically means that India has conceded its rights over POK to Pakistan, because that branch of BRI is called CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So that is a sovereignty question involved. That's one reason why we are not a part of BRI. The second point, which I have said, we have said many times, is that you see, this whole initiative was offered to the world as a fait accompli. it was told to all of us that Belt and Road Initiative is an initiative that will benefit many countries, so you take it. Now, our point has been that if it is a multilateral initiative, if it is supposed to benefit many countries should be stakeholders in it. It cannot be that one country will decide which is good for all the countries and then offer it as a fait accompli. You take it or don't take it. Then India said, all right, we don't take it. Let England wants it a road, let you take it. But India decided we won't take it. So firstly on sovereignty grounds, secondly on issues of stakeholdership, we decided we will be out of it. Whether it is a strategic challenge to India, we will deal with all types of strategic challenges appropriately. India is also a big country. India is no longer a pushover. It's a big country. We know how to safeguard India's interests without disturbing peace, without disturbing stability in the region, in the larger world. We know how to protect India's sovereign interests or strategic interests.
This is the point that we are getting to. The narrative, particularly in Britain and the United States, the view is China and India are the great global rivals of this century. How correct is that?
We are not fighting. It's US and China who are having a big trade war. We are not rivals. We are two rising Asian powers. Since we both are located in same geographical area, we both are massive populations, we both are big energy guzzlers, there is competition inherent. We both scout for same resources. We are in same area. There is competition inherent, but we are two mature nations. We shall not let this competition turn into conflict. That much maturity we will have. We don't have any big power rivalry going on between us at the moment.
But only one of you is a democracy.
Yes, we are proud about our democratic credentials.
So Mark, we've seen India become this economic titan, this economic superpower. Becoming and become. Does it become a political leader in the rest of the world? Does India reach the point soon where it also leads the world in terms of politics and political thought?
Well, no, I don't think India will do that, actually. I think India, if it sticks to its culture, which we were talking about, would like to cooperate with the rest of the world very much. But I come back to it, we're talking about the world, that great fundamental belief which was so well stated by Rabindranath Tagore, when he said, in the West, we believe, you believe in people living separately from nature. We in India believe we are all part of one great unity. And if India preserves that philosophy, then it certainly won't want to lead anywhere, because if you're part of something, you don't say, I want to be the leader. That puts you apart. So that's what I would hope India would seek to be.
Do you want to lead? You know, the opportunity is there. President Trump is stepping back from global leadership, taking the US out of multilateral arrangements. There's a gap.
No, we are already leading in certain areas like climate change, for example. The Paris Protocol is being led and taken forward by Prime Minister Modi and India today. We play our role as a responsible nation in the world today. But the fact remains that India has grown in its stature and reputation in the world today. The whole world looks up to India for leadership in, not necessarily leadership when I say, not as a political leader or a military leader. As one of the responsible leaders in the world, India is also looked up to by the world today. We are there in regional alliances, we are there in global alliances, we are there everywhere. India has arrived.
Let's take some questions. If you have a question, put your hand up. We'll get a microphone to you, and you should tell us who you are and what organization you represent. We've got one here and one towards the back, so whichever microphone gets to its intended target first. Go ahead. How judgmental.
I know. Wait till he hears mine now.
Right, quickly ask yours.
It's
before
one
you
of the
get there.
biggest ironies of India that, despite being a culture that celebrates women, we don't have enough women in role model positions coming out of India. And is that a place where India could take leadership?
Women in which organization said?
In general, role model positions and promoted a lot more than perhaps we see in any of the world.
I'm not sure what you meant by women in important roles. India has had a prime minister who was a woman, a president who was a woman, Chief Justice of India was a woman. Even in Modi ji's cabinet, 6 most powerful ministers are all women. It is one government which is, until recently even the foreign minister was a woman, defense minister was a woman. Lots of important portfolios were held by women. In India, women are playing an increasingly important role in public life.
May I just clarify the point? Do you mean India is an example to the rest of the world because of its record, or do you mean India has done well in certain selected roles, but more must be done in society as a whole?
Yeah, I think the biggest irony is perception is different to reality.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, what can we do more to show that?
But is that empowerment of women consistent throughout all levels of society, not just in the educated elite?
We have what, in fact, Indian tradition has always upheld the status of women as very high esteem. In the contemporary public life also, even in our elected bodies, do you know that in our local bodies, that village self-governments, district self-governments, 33% of the seats are actually reserved for women. Only women can lead those bodies. The result today is, don't think that we have 33% women in local bodies. 50% women are there in local bodies because 33% anyway they win, and out of the general 66%, they will again win in 15-16%. As a result, in local bodies, you see almost 50% of the women leading our governments at the local level. So perception, of course, is an issue that probably we have to address, but reality is in India, in public life, in India, in all walks of life, women are in the forefront. I have seen NASCAM is headed by a woman now. Yeah, yesterday you had her here in the session.
With the shield of having published the 100 most influential women in UK-India relations, now for a serious question. No, it is actually a very serious question. Mark, what do you think of Twitter? Twitter. Social media and Twitter as a means of communication and as a means of media generally. People consume media through Twitter these days. Ram Madhav is a very prolific person on Twitter, so is Donald Trump. What do you make of social media and Twitter in particular?
Well, I have to say, first of all, I neither Twitter nor Facebook nor anything like that. But to me, I would put it quite simply. I knew in my reporting days that India was a land where rumors spread very rapidly. And I would just say that Twitter and these things are very dangerous simply because they give far greater power to that power to spread rumors, which was always inherent in India. That's the danger, I think.
No, I say be active on Twitter, but don't Twitter your way to conclusions. For conclusions, for understanding, go to more serious sources.
But it is a powerful tool of political engagement.
Undoubtedly. We use it in a big way, not just Twitter. Our party uses social media as an important tool in propagating our ideas, our organizational network. We use social media to connect with our cadres. It's an important medium for political communication, undoubtedly. But you should not Twitter your way to understanding everything.
Do governments have enough authority and oversight of the social media companies?
They enjoy full freedom. Media freedom is extended to social media bodies also. But yes, we are putting in place certain measures which ideally those companies should follow themselves. They should have a system of their own verification, their own control on the content. Otherwise, Indian laws will deal with, Indian cyber laws will deal with those issues.
Those companies should really be exercising this control just through a sense of decency and dignity, preventing
in fact, our experience
images
is
of self-harm, images of mass murder. What
No,
type,
in
what
fact-
type of company thinks it's acceptable to have that on its platform?
it has its own self-regulatory mechanism as far as India goes. I know that in India, they suddenly, deregister handles, all that they do. But I don't know if it is done in a thoughtful manner. Sometimes they actually discontinue good handles and continue propagating those who are spreading lies and all those things. But self-regulation is the best way to go forward in all these things.
Yes, of course.
Very quickly, I had an experience of twittering and fake news in that 3 dispatches claimed to be written by Bain, circulated and continue to appear, indicating that I am wildly anti and being quite abusive about the Congress Party and Sonia Gandhi, and indicating that I said such things as hold up your hands and cheer for Modi, neither of which I would ever say in a report. One of these reached the notice of the then Information and Broadcasting Minister. So he rang me up and said, "Did you write this?" And I said, "No." And I said, "I have told the police, I have told the Foreign Affairs, I have told everyone I can think of that these are unlucky, false reports." And the Information Minister, who's now the Vice President, said with a chuckle, "We have our problem with this sort of thing too." So
I remember that post, which was attributed to
the
you.
government does have problems with this.
We'll take a few more if
Fake
we have them. There's a hand over there and a microphone just to your right.
Yes, hi, my name is Ratun Lahiri. I am a die-hard Indian, though I've lived much of my professional life abroad. My question is this, since we have so many, such veteran journalists on the stage, my question is this, is mainstream journalism, losing its fiber? Because, when I was growing up in India, Time magazine was something I used to read a lot, and used to really revere. And it came out with the title Divider-in-Chief for Prime Minister Modi just before the elections, and just after that came the very next edition was Unifier in Chief. I lost my respect for Time, after that. And in plane, even in aircraft, when Time is offered to me, I say, no, thank you. Anything else?
The question is whether modern media is as reliable as reportage in your day.
Well, I don't want to criticize my fellow journalists, obviously. But certainly it was a rather strange volte-face, if I could put it that way. I think there has always been, in my long experience of reporting in India, a trend in the reporting. I think there is a trend in the Western journalism to be critical of Mr. Modi, and particularly to be critical of his policies and his actions which involve religion. There is that trend, but there will always be some people who will buck the trend. My own view is that one should not go in for extreme remarks like that in either way, in either direction. One can say what you believe to be true, but you must say it in a modest, truthful manner, and in a manner which does not outrightly condemn anyone or outrightly necessarily support anyone. Because in the end, we are there to try and report what's happening on the ground. And what's happening on the ground is never totally wonderful or totally ghastly.
Question here towards the front. The microphone is on your left.
Sir Tali Dipan Rugani from Sydney, Australia. You've been travelling to India before I was born as a journalist, but I'd really like to hear some of your fondest moments of India. You know, just what you thought of India and why you kept going back for over 50 years, and what attracts you to India on a regular basis.
Why did you fall in love with India?
Fond memories.
Well, that's a good question. I always say I didn't fall in love with India. India is a country which sometimes you're thinking I can't live anywhere else. Other times you think, why am I living in this madhouse? Particularly if you're driving a car in Delhi. But I've always believed, and I wrote a book all about this in Fate. And I think that's an Indian thing to believe in my karma in a way. And I wouldn't say I fell in love with India, but I would say it's my karma, my fate to have been in India. And I would hasten to add, it's a fate I'm very happy about. But I think to say I'm in love with it would be a little like I was saying earlier, an excessive statement.
What is your favourite memory of life in India?
I think one of my favourite memories is of a wonderful politician called Chaudhry Devi Lal, who was a very much a rural figure, a rural farmer. And I went to see Chaudhry Sahib one day. I have many stories about him. I went to Chaudhry Sahib one day, and he was in a very bad mood. And I said to him, Chaudhry Sahib, aap kyon naraz hai? Why are you so angry? And Chaudhry Sahib said, I'm not angry, I'm bored. And I said, why? He said, I hate this table work, you see. Then I said, but it's very important, table work. You're discussing the party's manifesto. And he looked at me in horror and said, you fool. I can't count the number of elections I've fought in this country, but I can tell you I have never read a single manifesto. that was...
a good note on which to end our discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, Samar Tully and Ram Madan. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great pleasure. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your contribution to that discussion as well. Manoj, you have some concluding words for the event as they leave the stage.
Whatever's more comfortable, that's absolutely fine. I think on that note, the conclusion is perfect. It's been a fantastic 2.5 days. Indeed, it's been a fantastic week. We started off in the House of Lords and then had 2 roundtables with the Labour Party and the Conservative Party and the launch of the 100 most influential women in the House of Commons. All fantastic events. And then we moved to Latimer House. And boy, what an event it's been, well beyond my expectation. And we are going to have a survey emailed out to everybody. But just to let you know that on the last count, we had over 1,000 media articles published over the last 2.5 days, both in this country and, of course, in India, about different aspects. And I'm sure something in the media will come out shortly about this discussion as well. So the impact, we at India Inc., we talk about organizing very impactful events. I think a lot of the gems that have come out, a lot of the statements that have come out have really resonated across the UK
India and indeed other parts of the world. So all that leaves me to say is thank you very much to our sponsors. Thank you very much to all of our distinguished speakers, to my dear, dear friend, Lord Jitesh Gadia, and to each and every one of you. Thank you also to the fabulous teams, the team of Event Gurus, the India Inc. team, DreamShock, Kudos, and everybody else for making this event absolutely wonderful. Drinks are now being served on the balcony, I believe, and on the lawn, so enjoy yourselves and have a pleasant evening. Thank you very much.